Recording in progress. Good evening. Yay! Thank you for your patience, everyone. I'm sorry. Okay, it is now 6:21, and I am calling to order the Planning Commission meeting of October 14, 2021. My name is Anissa Martinez. I'm the vice chair of the commission. Our chair, Eric Martinez, could not attend. I am going to follow the agenda, and I'm going to walk you through it if you have one. Number 2, we're going to do roll call, and I believe staff will do roll call to determine and ensure we have a quorum. Present.
Present.
Commissioner Wright? Commissioner
Present.
Santana?
Present.
Commissioner Casadas? Is Commissioner Casadas in the meeting? Thank you. Commissioner Ahmed? So we have the quorum.
Thank you, Planner Hussein. Moving on to number 3, Pledge of Allegiance. May we all please stand, and Commissioner Quintana, can you please lead us with the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Item number 4 on the agenda is the approval of the agenda. Do we have any changes to the agenda?
Can we move the minutes up before the public hearing? The meeting, approval of the meeting minutes.
So Planner Hussein is requesting that we move item number 9, approval of minutes for July 8th, 2021 and September 9th, 2021, up on the agenda prior to the public hearings. Any other changes?
I think that's only change that I have the recommendation.
Madam Chair and staff, I'm wondering if we should move the consideration of the Española Cannabis Regulation Act. However, is there anyone here to speak on that? And I don't believe it was advertised as a public hearing either. So
It is
perhaps
not the
we
public
leave it,
hearing.
because we do have quite a members of the public, and I don't want you to have to sit here and wait any longer than you already have. So I guess we could just leave that one. That's the will of the commission. If there's no other changes, I would make a motion to approve the agenda with moving approval of minutes up to Roman numeral 5 prior to the items for consideration.
Excuse me, Madam Vice Chair. Yes. My packet does not appear to have the minutes. Am I missing them somehow?
My understanding per Planner Hussein is that the minutes are online. They're not in our packets.
Okay, so let me go ahead and pull that.
Okay. So there is a request to amend the agenda to move the approval of the minutes, item number 9, prior to, you said number 5, Commissioner Wright? Or number,
Did I say, I meant Roman numeral 6.
okay.
Is what I meant, sorry.
Okay, and we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Wright. Do we have a second?
Second?
Very good. We have a motion to approve and a second. All those in favor of amending the current agenda, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Do roll call?
Unfortunately, kids, the Zoom protocol is we have to do roll call.
Very good.
Commissioner Martinez,
In favor?
Commissioner Casadas.
In favor.
This motion was carried since it was motion for second. Commissioner
Also
Wright
in favor.
and Commissioner Quintana.
In favor.
Very good. Motion carries to amend the agenda. Moving on to item number 5 on the agenda, public comments, business from visitors. Is there anyone here that has any public comments or business that will not be covered with the cases that are on the agenda? Sir, can you please step up to the podium? State your name for the record, please.
My name is Dr. Francisco Romero, and I was here last meeting to inquire about the approval that the commission has granted for a business that has been relocated from the city of Española proper, just down the hill here, to Sombrio, where this business is going to utilize water and is going to dump sewage into the area that the city has not provided any services for. There is no city-provided water nor sewage. So the residents of that area basically are going to be impacted because the water in the aquifer that we depend on is certainly going to be depleted. The businesses that have already been located in that immediate area have already caused some distress amongst the residents, and water has become quite an issue at the moment. Now the city has approved this business to go in, and I actually provided a letter with these concerns to the commission via the secretary, and I'm here today to look at the minutes to see how you're going to approve them, because they were not available at the last meeting, and my understanding of what the meeting, what happened at the meeting basically is not in concert with what was published in the Rio Grande Sun. So I'm really concerned that before I go further with that, one other thing is that there were some issues that in order for the conditional permit to go forward, the people requesting that were supposed to provide certain requirements concerning the inspection of the water wells and the sewage system. And that was supposed to be done by September 1st. So it's now October, and I'm wondering if you're going to deal with that, and what is the status of the water and sewage in our area that the city has now permitted other people to come in and glean from what little amount is there. Any questions in terms of what I've just said? Did anybody read that email?
I do have a question, Mr. Romero. So what is this business that you're saying was approved to operate in Sombrio? Is there a name of a business?
Yes, it's actually I don't know exactly what the name of the business is, but it's a daycare business that is now relocated to the old Cottonwood Park, if everybody's familiar where that is. Right across the street from the Western Holiday Motel that used to be there, that's now defunct. But that whole area depends on an aquifer that it has been in place and has been slowly depleted. or is being depleted. There have been a few instances where water has just stopped. So if we're now, if the city has now permitted a business to come in who is, we expect will have a greater utilization for water and sewage, then we definitely are going to have a problem. So unless the city provides the services that they're permitting, why are the residents not taken care of? Because we depend on the city to take care of us because we are part of the city. And the city basically has ignored us for, since we've been annexed. So we've been patient, we've been understanding, and now we are saying, hey, what happens if we run out of water? Who's going to take care of us?
Planner Hussein, do you have any backup information on this case?
Madam Chair, yeah, I think this was passed in July, I believe.
Yes, in July, I understand.
And this, as a protocol of the public hearing, the letter was sent to the neighbors of 200 feet vicinity. So that if they have any
That's exactly right. I didn't find out about it until after the fact with the article that was written in the paper. I think we have a 15-day notice before we can actually make a reconsideration request, or at least make our views known. Now, my mom and dad live there, and they are the ones that are impacted at the moment. And they have asked me to come forward and share their concerns with you all. Because, as I say, this has been years in the making. And now we're just having the city just say, hey, we're going to permit other people to come use your water, but we're not going to provide any water for you in case you run out. We're going to provide a permit to this business that's going to come in and dump more sewage, and yet we don't know if it's going to impact you, if it's going to contaminate our wells, and we don't know if, in fact, we're going to be able to provide sewage for you. So we're stuck.
Dr. Romero, I would have a question.
Yes.
Did they receive that letter of public hearing before the meeting?
My 97-year-old dad received it, and he was not aware of what the impact really was. So I'm coming here after the fact, and I hope you understand that. It wasn't until later that he realized that there was a problem. And now I've come before you with this problem, and I just hope it does not become worse as we go forward. And I know this is not the right forum to address this issue, but it's something that before you approve those minutes and before you approve those decrees that you've already made in terms of permitting a business, that again, not a problem if you're providing the services. When you allow them to move to a place that you are not providing the sewage and the water, then we're the ones that are impacted. And we're a small community, and we're on the outskirts of the city limits, and consequently we've been ignored. And I understand budgets, money, always an issue. However, there is a water line that is not being utilized right to the doorstep.
And this special use permit was for only 1 year? After a year, they're going to come back and...
It's a conditional permit, apparently, but usually the permits, once they are approved, conditionally turn into a full permit, and that full permit will go on for 5 years. So there are some stipulations that water was supposed to be inspected, and it was supposed to be done and submitted to you all, I suppose, by the 1st of September. Did you receive those? Were those inspections done? And without those, I don't think you can really approve.
This was one of the conditions that I noticed since I joined in August, and it was already approved, but I have to check if we have received the documents, and we may have to come back and inform the commission that if we have received that.
Okay.
Maybe it could have received prior to my joining, and we have to double check before I can comment on this.
Well, this is my concern, and this is why we're here, is that if things are being moved along without the proper steps, we've already missed the first step. And I want to make sure that you don't miss those steps as well.
I understand, but the city, the administration that they had followed the proper step in terms of
Understand.
public hearing and looking at the
Could I
criteria
contact you
for.
again at an appropriate time perhaps, and after you've had a chance to look at all of your documentation and see where we are with all of this, because we need approvals from the state engineer, the water people, we need the people that deal with the environmental impacts, as well as the permitting and licensing agencies that deal with education for children. So we've got a number of things to do, and I'm here to make sure that all of these things are done. But number one, we need water and we need sewage if we're going to give it away. That's what you're doing, is giving it away and not providing anything else for the people that depend on it today. Thank you so much for your time, and I will work with the administration and with you all individually if you'll allow me to, and see how we can work on this together.
Yes,
Okay.
sounds good. Thank you,
Thank you
Mr.
very much.
Romero.
Thank you for your time. I'm sorry it took so much of it.
You're fine. Thank you. Okay, moving back to the agenda, is there anyone else here that has any public concerns or comments to present to Planning Commission that are not included on the agenda? Okay. Moving on with the amended agenda, we will now review the approval of minutes for July 8th, 2021. And these minutes are online on the website. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes for July 8th, 2021?
Sorry. Madam Chair, I'm finishing up the review, and it actually pertains to the comments that were just made, so I want to make sure we get this right. And they disappeared on me. And just a question in the roll call and determination of quorum and staff present. To my recollection, Planner Gillette had already left the city at that point and was not present at that meeting. I also don't believe that Randy Atillo was present at that meeting, nor was City Manager Xavier Martinez, nor Human Resource Director Sally Baxter, if my recollection is right. I do believe the attendance of the commissioners is correct. And there was extensive discussion on let me find it. On case 2021-10, and I would just point out for the public that the full context of that discussion is actually available as an audio recording recording. But allow me to just finish up the actual motion that was made to make sure that is correct. I believe, Madam Chair, that when I think they're on our agenda tonight, the actual the legislative member matters, which was listed as item 6, and also the final decisions, which is 11, 7, 8, 9, and 10, were actually tabled at that meeting. That's why they're on our agenda tonight. And so there should be a notation that those items, as well as matters from staff, matters from the commission, were actually tabled at that meeting. And the commission went straight to item number 9, which was adjournment. I believe that was almost a 6-hour meeting. So I'm not quite sure how to do a motion. Did anyone else see anything in those minutes? If not, I would make a motion to approve the minutes of July 8th, 2021, with the following amendments. You got them? With the amendments as noted.
Very good. We have a motion to approve the minutes of July 8th, 2021 by Commissioner Wright. With amendments as noted. Do we have a second?
Second.
Very good. We have a second by Commissioner Quintana. Roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Martinez,
In favor.
Commissioner Wright,
In favor.
Commissioner Cantana,
In favor?
Commissioner Casadas.
I abstain. I wasn't present at the meeting.
That motion couldn't carry because of the unavailability of quorum.
not being present. Yeah. Well, he's abstaining because he wasn't at the meeting, so he doesn't know if I'm blowing smoke or if he's. Yeah.
Very good. We had a motion to approve with amendments as noted. We had a second. We did roll call. Because we could not meet a quorum of at least 4 commissioners, the approval of the minutes for July 8th, 2021 are tabled to the next meeting. Moving on to the approval of the minutes for September 9th, 2021.
That's also online. I don't believe he was. So that one will also need to be tabled.
Commissioner Casados, were you present for the September 9th commission meeting?
No,
Very good.
my wife was under surgery, so I missed those 2 meetings.
Very good. Thank you for confirming. Due to the same situation of a lack of quorum for tonight's meeting and for the approval of the minutes of September 9th, 2021 as well, we will also table the September 9th approval of the minutes to the next meeting. Okay, moving on with the agenda. Item number 6, items tabled from prior meetings. We don't have any. Moving on to item number 7, items for consideration, new business. I will now open the public hearing. The following cases are quasi-judicial in nature, and the hearing will be conducted under provisions required by the New Mexico Court of Appeals. This includes the identification of parties and the swearing in of all of those who wish to provide testimony. The opportunity of cross-examination to ask questions will be provided to all parties. I am opening the public hearing. It is now 6:49 p.m. Very good. Okay. I want to ensure that there are no conflicts of interest or ex parte communication. Commissioners, is there anyone who has a conflict of interest or that has had ex parte communications related to case number 1, which is 2021-14, a rezone request? Jason Romero, property owner, is requesting a rezone to urban residential zone R6 from General Commercial District B2. The property is located at 801 Middle San Pedro Road and is zoned as General Commercial B2.
Madam Chair, I have not had any ex parte communication and have no conflict of interest in this case.
Thank you, Commissioner Wright.
None.
Thank you, Commissioner Quintana. Commissioner Casados?
None.
Thank you. And I myself have no conflict of interest or have had no ex parte communications related to this case. Do I swear in the parties? Very good. I will now identify and swear in the parties.
We're going to raise the right hand. Sit. Sit this. I, your name, swear or affirm and affirm that the testimony you will give will be the truth. Madam Chair, or this, we have swear in the candidate applicant.
Excuse me?
We have swear in the candidate.
Very good. Thank you. Now we will have the staff report.
I don't know if I lost it. I'm there, but I lost, what's it called?
The voice.
No, the picture here.
Is that what happened to you last time?
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Thanks so much, Madam Chair, and the Commissioner, member of the Commission's Planning and Zoning Commission, the City of Española. This case, the applicant Jason Romero has brought up a rezone case. Actually, the last month, this case was brought up as a variance case. And this is a very complicated case where the property, the shape and the size of the property and actually the location of the property is very interesting. It actually does not fit into the criteria of the general business commercial district, which is B2. I think when this zoning was introduced decades ago, the houses that they were already in there, they were just taken into the account, and they just were zoned B2. And some of the lands that were not developed because there was some lots that were non-conforming, that didn't fit this requirement, but they were just non-conforming because they were already built. But when we come to this case now and certain other properties, they cannot develop it because there is no connection to the main street, which is the Highway 76 or any other highway. Actually, for them, it is Highway 84 to 85 or the Riverside Drive. So I discussed with the attorney because if the variance was granted, they may not use the property as they want. So that's why one of our attorneys, because this was also brought to the commission before as a 7 properties package to rezone them to the residential because they most fit to the residential districts. As we can see, it is in the middle San Pedro Road, then the Riverside Drive. It does not have any link to where it could operate as a business. And when we see the B2 district, it's mostly the businesses which are retail and either laundry or mobile home selling and insert in those. But in this case, it cannot be used as B2. Can we go to the next slide, please? So these are before I discuss the setbacks, these are the setbacks for the business B2, which is 20 feet from each side, except from the back. Back is 55, the rear end is 50 feet. And this property is actually 0.2 acres and 8,500 square feet. 151 feet length on one side and the other is 114. This is approximate. And then it is 68 and 71 feet wide. So if we give these setbacks, the property that can be developed is very minimum space that the parcel of land that they can develop. Can we go to the next slide, please? This is the current situation where if they want to develop with the current setbacks, this would be the red marked lines are actually the setbacks. This is how they can develop now. And you can see that what is the percentage of the property that can be developed. Can we go to the next? That's why they're asking to rezone it to R6, which would look like this. And in our DRT review meeting, development review team meeting, and none of our stakeholders from fire or the water or sewer or any other department raised any concerns about that there will be any public safety issues or anything that will hinder this. Can we go to the next slide, please? And this is how it looks to the vicinity. But this actual, the matter that actually is complicated is the rezone process, where it could fall under the spot zoning. But either we have to holistically change the rezoning or to the zoning process, or either this property couldn't be developed as because most of the properties when we see around here are primarily residential. And if the applicant wants to develop a residential, this zone doesn't allow it. So we have to set up either a process of giving a variance which to R6, but the priority should be rezoned, but that looking at the legal matters of the rezone. So that's why I have written both of these recommendations for you to consider this. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Planner Hussain. Any questions for staff from the commission?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Wright?
Planner Hussain, so you noted in your presentation and in your memo that both the Planning Commission had considered this case for 7 lots in this area, as well as City Council, because again, a rezone is just a recommendation from this body, and the actual rezone needs to occur with the City Council. Both this body and the governing body basically said the rezone was not what we were looking for. So I'm curious why the attorney said and recommended to go back with the rezone. Was he aware of the previous decisions of this body and also of the governing body? Did he actually read those minutes? And I realize I can't ask you that. That's hearsay. But was that part of the conversation?
Commissioner Wright, I am not sure about it went to the governing body. I think if it didn't go through the Planning and Zoning Commission, I would assume that they would not take it to the governing body. But I mean, I was not there at time when they were introduced. So that's mostly the protocol when if the Planning Commission doesn't say no. So most of the cases. So I have to look back for the governing body, but then we have to look for C, because our comprehensive plan says that we have to give our resident certain, our primary purpose is the safety and well-being of the community, and a thriving city where everyone gets the same rights. And when the residents of the neighboring vicinity are enjoying their different rights than the property, then that rule or that code is questionable. So we have to devise a way to assist the residents, because that's one of our primary goals here, that rules are made to assist to the people and then care for their well-being and the safety. And within those rules, how do you think we should give any applicant, I mean, now it's Jason, Mr. Romero, or could be anyone, how should we advise in similar cases for people to enjoy the same rights as the other in the vicinity enjoys?
Well, and that would be the thing, this is spot zoning. It's one parcel in the middle of a bunch of commercial. Personally, I would have been more comfortable, and that's why I'm asking the question, is why the opportunity to do this was to get variances from the commercial setbacks as the other residents. That was one of the problems with the 7-lot recommendation from staff, is none of these properties, well, I take that back. 5 of the 7 properties, I believe, as built, did not meet the setback rules for R6. And that was the recommendation of this commission. And I realize I'm sort of testifying here, but it's actually a matter of record in that 7-lot rezoning. It's a matter of record from this planning commission that R6 didn't fix the problem in this neighborhood. And that was the reason for the recommendation to deny the rezoning request to the governing body. This request, because it was a staff request, still went to the governing body, and it goes that way anyway. This planning and zoning is not the final decision for a rezone request.
I agree.
And again, my preference, and I was curious why that was withdrawn from our last meeting, and that we didn't actually consider variances for the R6, because this is clearly an odd-shaped lot, clearly meets the 4 criteria, and I think would have been it would have been favorably reviewed by myself as a commissioner, but I'm only one vote.
I agree with you. And the thing is, have you seen, I mean, when we look at B2, there are certain uses that we use for, and that property can be used. I mean, most of the residential that are there, they are non-conforming uses. So to either it mostly considered a list of businesses that are there in B2 that they can operate there.
That's all my questions for now, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Wright. Any other questions for staff from the commission? Very good. Does the applicant have any questions for staff? Thank you. Are there any neighboring property owners who received notice here that would like to question staff?
If I have a comment and not a question, this is Leo Jaramillo. Is this the time?
Yes, it is.
Thank you so much. Thank you to all of you for what you do. And as a neighbor to the neighboring property, I agree that it should be residential. And the fact that it doesn't go off of the main Riverside Highway, and that the property is surrounded by neighbors who are all residential, who have been here for generations, and we would welcome this property on becoming residential. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Jaramillo. Any other neighboring property owners? Very good. Thank you, Planner Hussein. Now we need the applicant to present your case. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Jason Romero. So thank you, Commission and Planner Mohammed. I appreciate the presentation and you guys taking the time to look at this case. And like Mohammed said, it's a very complicated issue. And so I do encourage the questions, I encourage the communication, and in hopes we can find some sort of resolution, because when we're done here, you guys will kind of see that we're sort of dead in the water. We're unable to develop a site plan. We're unable to develop any kind of future development on this previously residential irrigated property. And so I did create these exhibits. I know them very well. I've gone in and out of the property. I've looked at a lot of items. I'm very familiar with it. So as we sit now, I don't know if you guys still have the slideshow up there. If we can go back to the current situation. And like Planner Mohammed said, it is a property that's less than a quarter of an acre. It is kind of unique in its shape because it's longer than it is deep. I mean, it's longer than it is wide. And so as we sit on the current commercial setbacks, which are 50 feet in the rear, 20 feet on the side, I believe it's 20 in the front, it leaves us with a building envelope that's just a little bit bigger than this room. And historically, this wasn't a commercial place. It has never been, the road itself would not even be able to withstand commercial traffic, the parking, the turnaround, the emergency vehicles. It just doesn't really allow for much development other than something a little bigger than this room. And so that's our dilemma, and my wife Sonia and I now own the property, and we would like to develop it. We would like to make it, I mean, just as nice as the rest of the community. But we're sort of stuck because as it sits right now, we can't sit here and propose a site plan. We cannot propose anything to you all that would fit, because even if we were to fit something in this place, I do not believe that we would be able to, for health and safety, be able to turn around without affecting some kind of rights of the property owners. And that being whether it's the water rights, whether it be just the ownership rights that come with owning property. And so if you scroll down to the next setback, which is what we're proposing, and again, this is my proposal, is that we go consistent with what's been historically around and what is around that area, and that would be the residential R6. And so by using these setbacks, you can see that we actually have a lot bigger building envelope. We have a lot of potential. We can actually develop something that's usable. And one of the main issues here that we're even in front of this is that this property historically has never been commercial. There's no history of it ever being commercial. And so the zoning that was put in place by it was not by the owners, was not by any of the neighbors, was not by any of this stuff. All it did was sort of limit this property. And so when we get into the discussion of spot zoning, for folks that don't know, spot zoning is an action that affects positively affects one property in regards to many others. In this case, this was not a decision put on by this owner or anybody else, and it's almost the reverse, because when the zoning came in, 300 feet or whatever it is, and made it commercial, it almost negatively affected only this property in this area. And there's other properties in Chimao, inside town, wherever we decide to look at a region, we can find problems. Talking about this one specifically, when they put on this commercial zoning, which it had never been, nor any of its neighbors currently are, it negatively affected this one property on its own, because the other properties around it, even though they don't comply, even though they don't meet their setbacks, they were able to remain. They were able to thrive. The owners were able to enjoy the rights of owning property. In this case, we couldn't, and so it's kind of stuck. And when you have properties that are undevelopable, cannot be maintained, they become eyesores, they become safety hazards. There's just, we could go up and down about what happens to them when they become open. It's a beautiful property in a beautiful neighborhood. And I believe we can find some kind of resolution to try to make this thing developable. We're not trying to put in 20 lots in here, sell them. We're not trying to put in a pig farm or anything that's going to negatively affect any of these properties. But without any change, we're sort of stuck. So every time this commission or the city council saw the proposal by Mr. Hubler, when a decision doesn't happen, it kind of sits back. And so the rights, again, of the property owner are affected, and we can't do anything. I mean, you can't develop a site plan, you cannot apply for permits for any of the utilities. And so we are really stuck. And there has to be something that we can do, because, like I said, if we look at it as spot zoning, everybody's afraid of spot zoning. They say that's illegal, you're affecting this. But when you take a step back and you look at it from 5,000 feet, you're like, wait a minute, this is the only property in this area that has been negatively affected. And now the property owners, whether it was myself, previous owners, are completely impacted. We can't even, if we were to even develop it as commercial, it would not fly. I mean, there's now, the road is very narrow in that area. There's irrigation that affects other people. So there would have to be a huge undertaking to even make it fit where we are now, which just isn't doable. It's not practical. And ultimately, it affects the rights of ownership, which are part of our review criteria, and that's why we're here today. So I hope we can look at it, and I hope we can find some kind of resolution to try to help this community try to develop this property and kind of get it the way I believe it was supposed to be. It just kind of stayed by itself out here, and when these decisions happened that nobody was really asking for, it didn't come as a result of a condemnation or anything. And so, like I said, if you guys have any questions, I'd like to hear what you guys think or anything before we go forward.
Thank you, Mr. Romero. And that's actually the next step we have is, are there any questions of the applicant from the commission?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Wright?
So, Mr. Romero, what is it, if you're granted this, what is it you're proposing to put there?
Well, at this time, we would like the opportunity to be able to develop something. We would like to have it residential. That's what we would like to do. We don't have anything right in front of you right now because we didn't want to come in with something for commercial, something for residential, because we're kind of stuck. So primarily, we would like to have residential, which is consistent with the other neighbors.
What type of residential?
Whether it be a stick build, whether it be a manufactured home on a permanent foundation. We're not quite sure yet, but we do want a residential, something that's consistent with the neighbors.
Well, that's why I asked that question, because the only thing you cannot put in B2 is a mobile home. If you did a stick-built home, or if you did a manufactured home on permanent foundation, there's nothing to prevent you from doing that, at least based on my experience of being on the planning commission and with the code that we have.
If you see the rest of this area, if we could, I know we can't zoom out, but if we could.
This is actually my neighborhood. I know the area very well.
So there's not a lot of mobile homes. There's not just folks that have brought in stuff. Previously, this one had one. That is not our intention. We would like to have residential. We would like to have, even if it is a manufactured home on a permanent foundation, we want something in there that we're gonna be able to enjoy our rights, honestly. We're not looking to turn this into a mobile home park.
So your original application was for variance from the B2
Yes, sir.
zoning criteria. Was that your decision to withdraw that application,
Yes.
or were you told by the city to do that?
No, what happened is, when we bought the property, in April, Mr. Hubler had identified this property as one of 7, which we just talked about. And that went in front of council, and it was put on side. So when I put in my application, thinking, okay, well, all we need is a variance from the setbacks so that we can meet it. When I did all that, we put this package together, we started talking. I spoke with Mr. Muhammad when he got hired, and he says, well, you're asking for this. What is your intention? The same thing you asked me. And I told him, we're looking to put in a residential. We'd like to be consistent. And so he said, well, what your application is here is, he told me, you're applying for a variance to the setbacks in a commercial zone, which you are still in, it's still a commercial. So you would not be able to just build a residential home in a commercial zone. So he told me, after we discussed, he's like, well, these are what you're asking for. this is what you want, what you've stated that you want a residential. These are our options. And they told me, well, you can either continue with the variance from the setbacks, or you have this option. And so when I looked at it and I kind of sat back after I prepared this, I thought, well, how do we get a permanent, like a permanent solution? Because if we just get a setback from the variance.
So are you aware that a variance is a permanent solution?
Yes, sir. Well, I wasn't sure.
Variances are in perpetuity.
Okay.
Are you aware of that? Did you know that?
Yes, sir. So if we got a variance from the setbacks, would we be allowed to build a residential home in a commercial district?
Stick-built and
Manufactured?
manufactured, yes. Specifically, the code prohibits mobile homes
Yes, sir. We understand that.
in the commercial districts.
Yep.
And that's the thing, the previous use was essentially grandfathered in as a prior existing non-conforming use. The problem is when the previous owner removed that, and they let it go more than, I believe it was 6 months before they did anything, they lost that status.
Yes, sir.
So they had that property right, but they lost it under that zoning that that entire neighborhood is under. So you understand that?
Yes, sir. And so that's why I'm here, is because obviously I'm not on the commission. I don't know all of these steps, and that's why we've worked with the staff to try to resolve it. And I appreciate you letting me know what we're doing so that we can, because if that'll help us get where we need to be, then I'm all for it. I realize this is what we requested. However, what I ask the commission is for direction, that if we're able to resolve it that way, where we approve this or whatever, with conditions that it is not going to go forward as a rezone. However, we can ask for a variance from the setbacks. Then we could go down that step. Whatever we need to do is why we're here.
Well, and unfortunately, the case that's before us is a request to rezone. A variance could have been granted by this commission and wouldn't have to go to city council. A rezone, this commission is just a recommending body for that, and it has to go to city council. And unfortunately, both this commission and the city council has set precedents here and said R6 isn't the fix for this neighborhood. That was the gist of both the decisions. City council wanted to see a larger, more comprehensive plan, and pardon the pun, but because that's what our actual comprehensive plan called for. The city has way too much commercial zoning in terms of area. I mean, it's like for 30–40% of the city is zoned commercial that will never be saturated. And that's one of the problems, and that's one of the things that our comp plan called for that was approved in 2017, I believe.
Yes, 2018, I think.
And that was the concern when this rezone request, is that R6 still doesn't really fix anything here. And both your neighbors around you now, one of the things they asked for is to actually get the city to look at mixed-use zoning and what we could do in that. And actually provide that opportunity. Because essentially what you're requesting is a down zone. So that was another concern, is from this body, is that there actually was no consent from those property owners to downzone themselves. It was being forced on them, and that actually is considered a taking by certain courts in the law. So that was an iffy thing here. City council wanted to see a more comprehensive plan and not just targeting this area. They wanted to see a more comprehensive approach to fixing the zoning citywide. And quite frankly, I concur with that. There's a way to do exactly what you want, and that is through the variance process. Yeah, the city code doesn't necessarily allow it, but that's why it has a variance process in it. And again, the nature of your lot, its size, its configuration, And those criteria are actually in your application from previously. But unfortunately, we can't consider that tonight because that's not the case that's before us. So that's all I had, Madam Chair.
My question to the commission, if you allow me to ask a question, is it possible for this commission, since you guys make recommendations, can you, I guess if you either approve or deny, because what your decision in front of you is whether you're going to approve and give a recommendation to City Council, correct? If you deny it, then you're denying that it does not move any further, correct?
My understanding, that's not true. This is just a recommendation. So it's got a rezone request by the code has to go to the city council. So the only thing this body will do tonight with this particular request is either recommend denial or recommend approval to the governing body. It's ultimately their decision.
So what I'm asking the commission then is it possible, after you guys have done everything that you need to do, can we recommend that this go in front of the city council with certain criteria? Being that this application is approved for consideration by the city council, however, with recommendations to variance from the setbacks, because we'd like to get where we need to be without going through the process over and over. I didn't know if that's a possibility, since ultimately they're going to be making a decision. So I'm trying to get a step ahead, if we can. If we were to move forward and the city council were to review it and they'd say, sorry, Mr. Romero, this doesn't apply. We're not able to give you the rezone. However, we will grant a variance to the existing setbacks, X, Y, and Z. And that's my question to this body is can we come together to recommend with...
So to clarify, that's a different application. That's the point I'm trying to make. That is a completely different application. That decision rests with this body solely, unless your neighbors or yourself were unsatisfied with the decision, then it would go to city council on appeal. It's two completely different animals, a variance request and a rezone request. Your rezone request that you had tabled last month, personally, for me, I would have looked on very favorably. And I guess that's a third option this commission has tonight, is to actually table this request or make no recommendation and recommend that you come back with an actual variance request.
And that's honestly what I'd be looking for, so that we don't start again at the ground up, because like I said, I'm not an expert in this by any means. Somehow we've had to learn all of this when we're going through the application process, and I appreciate you taking the time to explain this to me, and Planner Mohammed as well. So if we could, I would question that you guys consider that, is that we table it, because if what we're really after is not exactly written in here, without getting a rejection, we can table it, we can put something back together, and we can motion to revisit it on the next, whenever it's available. So that's where I'd like to be, if that's a possibility.
We can take that under discussion once the public hearing's closed, I think, Madam Chair.
It is closed. Any other questions of the applicant from commission? Commissioner Quintana?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I have a question for you in looking at the layout that we're looking at right here. When we looked at this particular part of town, it's true what Commissioner Wright said. There was a lot of blowback from the neighborhood. They didn't want to change the zoning of their property regardless of how they were using it. So we've gone through all of that. From what I understood, it went before the city council, and the city council also denied it. So to come to us and say, let's do my property this way, is probably putting yourself in a more difficult position than you need to. I'm more inclined to look towards the variance and see how we can help you accomplish this. Now, the first question I have is based on the red outlining here. I see that some things are right up against the property lines, particularly in the back. So we would be asking for variances on that. Now, maybe you can help me even though it's just a smidgen, but if we're close, I don't know if it would tilt anything in the opposite direction. Staff has indicated that the square footage of the property is .8550, and yet the diagram here is 8842. So what is the correct square footage
And so you're asking the square footage of the
of the lot?
Okay. So from what I had, and it's in this packet from the last boundary survey, I get the square footage at 8842 square feet.
Okay.
That's what we have according to the last recorded survey.
Okay, so then I'll direct my question to staff. 300 square feet is insignificant for all practical purposes, but would that make any difference for this applicant at all in terms of setbacks?
So I think, so that's why we mentioned that it's about this, because at that point when we were considering it, I wasn't had an access to the survey lot at that moment. So that's why we have a whole thing that we just approximately measure the area of the property. But I think it would impact. But the thing that about variance is how are, even if we grant the variance and with the setbacks, the use would be commercial.
Mm-hmm.
You have to, you're given the, if we consider, and if we look at the B2 commercial zoning, which is chapter 350, 1203, and it would, K, B2 General Commercial District. An example of allowed uses in districts are as follows: amusement enterprises, new automotive sales, gas or gasoline stores, automotive farms or implant machinery repair, sale and service, automotive service stations, bakery, bus terminals, carpenter, cleaning, dyeing, department stores, electric, and so on and so forth. We can give them variance for the setbacks. Then you have to give them special use permit or something to with plus variance to use the property for residential. So only variance would not solve this issue.
Okay. I guess how I was trying to phrase it is with the difference of 300 square feet, if that would even eliminate any setback variances necessity.
I'm not sure it will impact have a huge impact.
Probably not. It's pretty small.
It's pretty small.
Okay. But for the record, I wanted to make sure for the purpose of the applicant that he understood that we needed to have that clear.
And if the survey is not in that packet or in Planner Mohammed's packet, I do have it right here. I can email it to him. If this gets punted down the road, it will be part of the next packet. But just to make sure that you guys know exactly what you need to know before you make a decision.
I believe those are all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Quintana. Thank you, Mr. Romero.
Thank you.
Mr. Romero, we're almost done. Come back, sorry. Any other questions from the commission for the applicant? Any questions from staff for the applicant?
I don't have any questions from the applicant. Thank you.
Thank you, Planner Hussein. Any questions for the applicant from any neighboring property owners who received notice? Very good. Thank you, Mr. Romero.
Thank you.
Any neighboring property owners who received notice that would like to present? Hearing none. Anyone from the general public? Anyone who did not receive a public notice in the mail that would like to present? Seeing none. Any final comments from the applicant, rebuttal or statements? Thank you, Mr. Romero. I will now close the session for public comments. At this time, we're closing the public comments. I will entertain a motion from the commission.
Prior to the motion, Madam Chair, I did have a question for staff.
Sure, Commissioner Wright?
So the applicant is, they paid a fee for the variance, correct?
That is correct.
Did they also pay a fee for this rezone request?
No, they don't.
So if the commission were to table this and ask for a variance, the applicant wouldn't need to reapply, correct?
They don't.
Okay, that's,
But they may have to pay for the mailing fees that,
for the noticing.
for the noticing.
But there again, they would, if a rezone request went to city council, those would be the same fees, correct?
That I'm not too sure for the council, how the council, because we have a different process of mail, they may have a different mailing process. I think the city pays for that.
City pays for that?
Yeah.
When it goes before the city council?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Hussain. Madam Chair, to expedite this again, I think you probably know my motion already. I would like to I want to make sure I get the right case number. I would like to make a motion to table case number 2021-14 and actually have it reconsidered as a variance request and make no recommendation to city council on the rezoning.
Very good. We have a motion by Commissioner Wright to table and reconsider as a variance and not go to city council as a rezone. Is that correct?
Sorry?
We have a motion by Commissioner Wright to table this case 2021-14 for a rezone to to R6 from B2 and reconsider reapplying as a variance.
Yeah, to table it as a
As a rezone? Okay.
well, to make no recommendation
And make no
to
recommendation.
the city council on the rezone, but actually to reconsider it as a variance request within B2 zoning.
Very good. We have a motion by Commissioner Wright. Do we have a second?
Second.
I'll second, Mr. Chair.
Okay, we have a second by Commissioner Casados. Any further discussion?
Just a point, and for the applicant and for the audience, the reason why I'm recommending this is I think this area does need to be rezoned, but R6 isn't the right fix. And it's a huge problem within the city that our zoning doesn't fit our city and the way it was developed, and not developed the way it exists. So that's my recommendation. I think we can accommodate and allow you to the proper use of this property that you purchased and actually to enjoy that property, right? So that's the reason for my motion in this way. So I hope that makes sense to you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Wright.
Time for the roll call.
Yes, we will now do a roll call.
Commissioner Martinez,
In favor?
Commissioner Wright,
In favor.
Commissioner Quintana,
In favor?
Commissioner Casados.
In favor.
This motion was passed by 4-0.
Very good. It is now 7:37, and I'm closing the public hearing. Any party wishing to appeal the decision made here tonight must submit a written notice to appeal to the planning director within 15 calendar days. Planning and land use staff can provide assistance with this. Thank you very much. Okay, moving on with case number 2, number 2021-15, commercial site plan. George Lucero applicant requests approval of a commercial site plan for a food truck hub located at 503 Old Hospital Road. The property is zoned General Commercial District B2. I am now opening the public hearing, 7:38 p.m. Commissioners, is there anyone who has a conflict of interest or that has had ex parte communications related to this case?
Madam Chair, I was on a site visit, and I did run into a couple of people, but I just told them while I was there, and had no conversation about the specifics of the case. So I have no ex parte communication or conflict of interest in this case.
Thank you for your disclosure, Commissioner Wright. Commissioner Quintana? Thank you, Commissioner Quintana. Commissioner Casados?
None.
Thank you, Commissioner Casados. And I also do not have any conflict of interest nor any ex parte communication on this case. Okay, so now I need to identify and swear in the parties. Who is here for the George Lucero case? Jorge Lucero, sorry. I'm going to have to swear you in, or staff actually swears you in.
You raise your hand, please. Your right hand. I, your name. Swear that the testimony you will give will be the truth. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lucero. Staff will now present the case. Sorry, staff can now present the case. Thank you, Planner Hussein. Thank you for your patience, everyone. Sorry, it's a process we have to go through.
Thanks so much, Madam Chair and the members of the Board of the Commission. This case by Jorge Lucero Mr. Lucero was presented to us a few weeks ago. And this property is located in commercial district, general commercial district, which is B2. And the dimensions of the property is as in your memo there from the staff. And can we go to the previous slide, please? This actually explained the idea of actually their commercial plan that they want to introduce to this property, which is at the intersection of the old hospital and the Riverside Drive. They have the entrance from the Riverside Drive as well as the old hospital road. They are actually, so they will actually be the third party who will provide, I believe, the space for the food trucks. But they will design in a way that it is more look like as a as a commercial food truck hub, where the food trucks would have to abide by certain rules of how they will operate the business and how their ins and outs that are as a part of their part of your packets. I would be happy to explain if you want me to explain anything on that. But mainly, I would like to discuss what actually their site plan look like and what are the recommendations from the development review teams are, which are also as a part of your packet. Can we go to the next slide, please? Where the actual site plan is. So this is actual site plan where they wanted to introduce actually 3 trucks, and then there are the 12 parking lots, and then I'll discuss actually the recommendations that I have at the end of this this presentation, where they have some sitting areas, and there will be one spot for the trash pickup, for the dumpster, and one portable bathroom, and a 4th truck on the north side. And the entrance would be from both sides of the property, but we have certain things that were discussed in the DRT as a recommendation that we'd like to discuss at the end of this meeting. Can we go to the next slide, please? So these are the general trucks, how the truck is going to look like. It could differ in shape, but as mentioned, there would be mostly about 15 to 20 feet in the length and about 8 feet apart. And they would have to have a regular licensing and inspection as per the state and city standards. Can we go to the next slide, please? Next for the recommendation are. So this is actual plan, and where it looks like that we have advised them to have a more robust landscape plan, because my understanding is that since the traffic from the Riverside Drive as well as the old hospital is going to go through 2 ways, and the customers, it could come between the customers and the traffic. When we look at the trucks, how the trucks are here. So I have recommendation for the landscape buffers that separate the customers from this traffic going on this street, and then have more, and then the trash pickup that is placed should be at least 20 feet from the sewer lines that is on the line of the property over there, because it was not cut to the size, so that's why I can't see how far it is from the line of the property. Can we go to the next slide, please, Melissa? And these are just plants which they have recommended and recommended uses, and I have recommended uses for the plants as well in our memo as a part of the packet, where they can choose any plant, but they have to just basically choose the native plants, and most of them are the native plants that they have mentioned. Can we go to the next slide, please, where there's recommendations? So this, can we just increase the size a little? Yes, thank you. So since this is in a business commercial district too, which at this moment doesn't have a specifically said that this is allowed use, so it will be considered as a special use permit. And we wanted to have at least 2-3 years permission and they come back, but with the recommendations that we're recommending, if you have to have all the trucks using different water, they should have, each of them should have a different sewer connection as well as the water connection. That was the recommendation was given to us by the DRT and Utilities Department, with the grease trap installed, and the City of Española should inspect the installation before, no utilities connection should be approved before the inspection of the grease trap. so that it doesn't go to our sewer system. An applicant should provide one portable restroom on the site all the time, as they promise as part of their site plan. And if they want to give for connection to the trucks, the water connection, they have to have different water connections because they can determine how much water each truck is using, and they can bill them accordingly. Because if they have one utility connection where they're using differently, it will be hard for us how we're going to bill those people. And we have requested to provide 2 ADA compliant parking spots so that, and close proximity to the entrance of the stands, and the paved way to come to the trucks, which has not been discussed. And that's also a recommendation, that there should be at least one paved path where people can park the cars and come to the trucks. And then the ADA compliant vehicles can park there, and then they can enter safely to the trucks. Can we go a little down, please? For the traffic safety and for the safety of the people who are using this facility, there should be at least 2 stop signs, so the cars who are entering the property, who are leaving the property, they should stop before they go to the atrial roads, both on the Riverside Drive as well as on the old hospital. And as I mentioned, that applicant must establish a comprehensive landscape plan and walkable pathways for the customer to access the food trucks. Applicant is required to schedule a fire inspection prior to receiving approval of any utilities connection. Inspection should be performed by the certified propane technician and the City of Española Fire Department. I think these were my recommendation. And one thing that I also want to mention for the walkable and paved road, that's something we want. And then the buffer between the trucks, customers, and the traffic is very important before we can, for the safety of the people who will enjoy this business district or business idea, so that whoever comes to this premises is safe and the traffic is flowing safely. That's the only thing that I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Planner Hussein. Does anyone from the commission have any questions for staff? Commissioner Quintana?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Planner Mohammed, the restrooms, they're going to be portable restrooms. Are they going to be handicap sized or just the standard ones that we typically see?
At this moment, they recommended were the standard size, but I think that's a great idea to have at least one handicap bathroom at the premises.
If you're looking at space, I mean, you could just do an all-in-one. I mean, you could do a handicap that serves both. Because I think you can only get one person in there at a time.
Yes, that's my recommendation would be, since if there'd be more traffic, they can at least bring 2 to accommodate more people.
Sure. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Quintana. Any other questions from the commission for staff? Commissioner Wright?
Yes, Madam Chair. And I realize this is a commercial site plan review. One of the things that I think we're missing quite a bit in actually being able to make a determination here, and I noticed in your condition of approvals, there's also mention on page 2 of your memo that you're asking the applicant to provide a 20-foot easement.
Yes, that's correct. I forgot to mention that we are asking for 20 feet easement. That was the priority of the fire department on both sides of the road, because this is important for the fire truck to enter and exit.
So you're asking for an easement through the property?
Not the actually the egress and ingress for, not the,
Could you, okay, I'm confused now. So you're just asking it for that, for ingress and egress, and not an actual linear easement going through the property?
that's correct. Should be 20 feet. Or you can consider it easement if that sounds better, understandable. So it's the 20 feet wide entrance.
Okay. So not an easement, just a 20-foot wide ingress and egress
Yes,
on both Old Hospital and Riverside Drive?
that's correct.
Okay. You also mentioned, or that they are advised to provide water, power, and trash pickup according to city standards.
Mm-hmm.
On the sketch on the aerial there, is there a dumpster locations indicated there?
Yes, that's on the north. Actually, this is the corner of the northeast side. That's the dumpster location.
And those are not fenced or secured in any way?
At this, how it looks like, it's not, but once they have to have a secure dumpster. They have to have a secure dumpster, but they're,
Secure.
yes.
And so if those two little squares are the dumpster locations, what are the other two
So one is the truck, starting from the west side. One is truck, the middle one is the bathrooms, and then the dumpsters.
Oh, okay. So one of the things we're missing is an actual drainage plan and a pavement plan. Obviously, if there's gonna be ADA parking, that has to be paved. And you're also requesting a paving path. I think one of the things the commission needs to see is those actual plans in order to approve this.
I agree, and that's it was submitted and we asked for the landscape plan, and it was just sketched. So what we have, we propose according to. So we recommended it have the things that we wanted.
And so I guess
I can't recommend the preferences of what kind of I want, because I may have a different landscape plan that they want to introduce. So I can't recommend my personal preferences here.
And so the ingress and egress, is the existing conditions acceptable from the access from Hospital Road and Riverside Drive?
That's correct.
So they're not required to provide an apron for entering?
No.
Or, okay, have you examined those areas?
I have been to that location, and I mean, I didn't measure it, how wide that the easement or the entrance or exit is, but that's why once it is established and was approved, we'll make sure that recommendations are followed. And
So are you aware there's a gap in the sidewalk on Riverside?
there could be gaps. There are gaps on any roads, but
And actually a large pothole?
it could be potholes on any road, but when we see there, that's the priority of the residents or whoever is submitting to make it secure. And it's not a part of the plan of the commercial plan to just have notice like what is on on the sidewalks, or they have to have, because this could be another avenue to look, because we have been given a parameters in our code how to review process. So if they are meeting those review processes, we have to have a standardized process for everyone. So we can't go beyond the standards that have been written in our code.
I understand that, but there should be proper ingress and egress.
That's true. And
There's a full 1 foot drop off of Riverside. Between that gap and the sidewalk is probably a 3 foot gap.
I agree, and that's when they have to fix it and make it compatible when it is approved.
So that should be a condition of approval.
It will be, there are a lot of conditions already, so it will be a conditional approval.
Okay, I understand that, but that some of these conditions, we don't know where they are, and they're not properly shown on the site plan. Landscape buffering is required, I know that's recommended.
Yes,
But that should also, it should not only be, there's actually 2 residences on these properties.
2 residents.
As well as buffering to what appears to be a non-commercial use to the north.
I didn't get what you just mentioned.
The Española code requires buffering between different intensity of uses. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So one of the things we're not seeing, and it is a recommendation, is what type of buffering is going to be provided to the red roofed house that's actually appears to be a stick-built
Sure.
house?
So if we see that line, it's the buffer, and the trees, and there would be a fencing or small fence between the houses and the tables that will separate those table and the house.
And again, I don't see that called out on this plan.
This plan is not sketched to the scale either, so that's something. That's why we recommended those.
Okay. That's all the questions I had, Mr. Chair, for staff.
Thank you, Commissioner Wright. Any questions from Commissioner Casados?
None at this time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Casados. I do have a couple of questions for staff myself. First question. So the packet is requesting approval of a commercial site plan, but it's labeled as a variance request. And then the recommendation is to approve it with a special use permit. So it sounds like we have 3 different types of actions that we're requesting for the same packet. So I want to get clarification on what we can do tonight.
Sure. I don't believe the agenda says it's a commercial site plan. Agenda says it's a commercial site plan, and
Yes, the agenda says approval of a commercial site plan, but the packet itself starts off with a variance request,
that may be a typo on that. So,
and then when we...
yeah, I agree with you. So, as I mentioned in the first case that we had, that we are granting a variance to someone, we can grant a variance, but this particular business is not allowed in B2. There are hundreds of restaurants in B2. As written in the code, it does not mention restaurant. And it is particularly a restaurant business. So that will need a special permit, special use permit. And that was the same case that happened, the first case I mentioned, that you can allow the variance, but you cannot allow the residential in the B2 because it's not listed in B2. So that's why we mentioned if it's been allowed, it would be a special use permit. That commercial plan is not for the development, it is for the business development, it's for the business food hub. So that is a use, it's not, they're not developing anything, that's for the use. So that's, they submit it as a commercial plan, we can approve it, there is no development, it's a use, it's a difference of use that they wanted to use as a differently. So that's why I've mentioned. I had no other options to mention, so that's why I preferred mentioning as a special use permit.
Very good. Thank you.
And we treated same Al Pilar, if you, I'm not sure when it was approved. They treated the case same for special use permit because they submitted the similar site plan.
Very good. The DRT minutes, do they normally go in a packet of a commercial site plan request?
Yes,
Yes. I know DRT's talked about, but I didn't find the minutes in the packet. And then the third question I have is, was the applicant appraised of the requirements of a commercial site plan and what a special use permit entails, and also the conditions of approval?
applicant doesn't know, and I did not have interaction with applicant before.
Okay.
So it was came to one of our planning technicians, and it was submitted to me as is, and I reviewed it. And it was some of the documents, and some of the things that should have been part of this were submitted at the point where we can request certain more information. So as it's submitted, we reviewed it accordingly.
Okay, so you mentioned that the applicant doesn't know what the conditions of approval are, or he does?
Yes, he does not know.
He doesn't know.
No.
Is it okay if I share those conditions of approval with him and see how he feels about them?
Absolutely.
Okay.
But that should be
At
just
the end.
questions of the applicant, yeah.
Okay, okay. So I will hold off on that till the next section. Okay, so unless there's any other questions from the commission for staff, I will move forward with the applicant, Jorge Lucero. Do you have any questions of staff? Yes. Okay. Thank you very much. And are there any neighboring property owners here who received notice that have questions for staff? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, Planner Hussein. And now I will ask the applicant to present your case. And please state your name for the record. Very good. Thank you, Mr. Lucero. Stay up there because we may have questions for you. Do any of the commissioners have any questions of the applicant? No questions from Commissioner Quintana? Commissioner Wright?
I guess I do. You're going to go over the conditions of approval?
I can do that.
Okay. So your intent is you'll actually be renting spaces to these food trucks? Okay. And you heard some of the testimony, and I'll let the Madam Chair go over those. But you heard some of the questions for staff, so we're concerned of actually getting a scale drawing with a grading and drainage plan. Somewhat, I noticed there's drainage and a storm drain there on the northwest corner of the property. Is that correct? Well, it's actually in the arrows, right, but that's where the gap in the pavement is. And so that's one of the things is staff is recommending that these areas actually be paved and that you do ADA parking. Are you amenable to that? Right, but that's not what your site plan is showing. You're not showing any parking adjacent to the trucks. So you're amenable to doing that? Okay, and that's what I'm after. And again, that there be some kind of buffering to the resident that is there. Do you own the entire property? And so is that person a renter? Okay. And there again, just for their benefit and yours as the landowners, to actually provide them some sort of buffer between the activity that's going to be happening at these food trucks, which I think is a great idea, by the way. But we need to see a little more detail on here and flush out these things. Actually get the trash area secured. I think for 4 true food trucks, you probably need, and that's the thing of doing this layout, if your plan is to put the handicap parking adjacent to the trucks, there also needs to be a path, and there should be something to protect the patrons who are lined up there, hopefully lined up, dying to get some great food from the food trucks, that they don't conflict with the traffic going in and out. I would recommend bollards or something like that. Possibly even planters, something to clearly segregate and separate safely the pedestrians and the people standing in line from the traffic going in and out of there. That would be a recommendation I would have. But I'm glad you're amenable to this. I don't think I have any other questions, Madam Chair, if you're going to cover the criteria. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Wright. Commissioner Quintana?
Mr. Lucero, you just made a comment that you are indeed the property owner? Your dad. Oh, so I misunderstood you. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Quintana. Okay, so I will go ahead and cover the conditions of approval that staff recommended. So the applicant shall install 4-inch sanitary sewer connection. Per the request of the City of Española Public Works Director, if they will pump into the city sewer, if they will pump into the city sewer, that's the caveat here. You just mentioned that that won't be happening because the trucks are self-contained? Okay. 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 A grease trap or traps shall also be installed, and the City of Española Public Works Department shall inspect installation.
That's if they want to pump into our sewer line.
Okay,
So they have to trap the grease so it's not going into our sewer system.
okay. So because they won't be connected to the city sewer, the grease traps don't apply in this situation. Thank you. No utility connection shall be approved prior to inspection of the installation of the grease traps, so that's not applicable as well. Okay, the next one, applicant shall install 4-inch water connection, which you mentioned that would be done, right? The 4-inch would be the sewer?
So the DRT, the Utilities Department, mentioned that if they want to hook up to the sewer, every truck has a different connection to the sewer line. And then if they need a water connection, they have to have a different water meters. That's why it's 4. It's number 4 because its trucks are shown 4. That's what the DRT recommendations were.
So it's not 4-inch, it's
No, it's
4,
for number 4
number 4, okay. So it would be
because the number of
separate
trucks.
meters.
Yes, it's separately for individual trucks.
Okay, so each truck would have a separate water meter. Okay, sorry, I read that wrong. Per the request of City of Española Public Works Director, applicant shall provide 1 portable restroom on site at all times, which we already talked about, at least 2, 1 ADA compliant, 1 regular. Annual LPG inspection from the Española Fire Department. I'm not sure what LPG is. There you go.
Is that microphone on?
LPG stands for liquid propane gas.
Thank you. And you're amenable to that, of course. Very good. The applicant shall provide a total of, is it 8 or 12?
12
12? Okay.
as per mentioned in the site plan.
Okay. The applicant shall provide a total of 12 parking spaces and provide wheel stops made of a durable material. Okay. Such as concrete or wood and permanently anchored to the ground, and you're amenable to that. Okay. Applicant must provide 2 ADA compliant parking spaces on site located in close proximity to the entrance of the stand or trucks. ADA parking spaces shall be paved, and a paved path from the parking stalls to the food trucks shall also be provided. Okay? The applicant shall provide 2 stop signs at the exit from the parking lot to North Riverside Drive and Old Hospital Drive. Okay. The applicant must establish a comprehensive landscape plan and walkable pathway for customers to access the food trucks. The applicant is required to schedule a fire inspection prior to receiving approval for any utility connections.
Now, I do believe those would be the individual owners.
Can you get a little closer?
I do believe that that's
Thank
the
you.
individual owners of the food trucks to make sure their trucks pass the city inspections and state regulations. But we can do that as well.
So you'd be okay with coordinating that?
Yes,
Even if
certainly.
it's with the truck owners?
Absolutely.
Okay. Inspection shall be performed by a certified propane technician, if applicable, and the City of Espanola Fire Department.
Understand.
There's also a 20-foot easement on Riverside and Old Hospital Road. Yes.
Entrance for emergency
Ingress and
vehicles.
egress?
Mhm.
Okay. And failure to begin or complete any of the required actions authorized at the time of granting the special use permit shall void the special use permit. Okay, so you're amenable to all of those conditions then,
Yes, certainly.
except the sewer connection because it's not applicable.
Right. Or if we need to go that route, like I said, I'm still meeting with these people. I've seen one truck out of 4. So if one of them shows up that does require sewer connection, we can certainly do a tap into the main sewer, 4-inch.
Okay, because overall, it's going to be improvements to your property and will increase the value and anyway.
Correct.
Okay, very good, and I believe those are all of the conditions I was going to cover. Are there any questions from staff for the applicant?
I don't have any questions.
No questions? Thank you, Planner Hussein. Are there any questions from any neighboring property owners who received notice? No? Okay. Very good. Thank you, Mr. Lucero.
Thank you.
Okay, are there any neighboring property owners who received notice that would like to present? Okay. Is there anyone here in the general public who did not receive a notice that would like to present? Okay. Are there any final comments from the applicant? Or any final statements? Final comments?
Like I said earlier, I would like to see this happen, being that it is the first one, or would be the first one, and I'm willing to cooperate with you guys to make this happen, and doing whatever we need to do.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Lucero. I will now close the session for the public comments. And I will entertain a motion from the commission. Do you have your hand raised, Commissioner Casados?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, I actually think this needs a little more work prior to approval. The parking layout with the handicap spaces needs to be better delineated. So I would move to table this application until our next meeting, so we can get further detail. We need to see the paving plan, grading and drainage, how the landscaping is going to be irrigated, the planters, the traffic separation for the vendors. And then I guess, so I would make that motion to table.
Very good.
But prior to that, is it my understanding that this would be a commercial, this site plan will get approved as a commercial site plan, and then the food truck vendors themselves would need to come in for special use permits?
Food trucks may, if there have to be a different food vendors every week, they may have to have a business license too. They have the vendor permit. I mean, if they're not a part of the city, that's a whole different avenue. But for the use of this property, for this service of business, they have to have a different permit that it is allowed in here, because as per code, it's not allowed. So they will need a special use permit to actually enter those. And that's up to trucks to have a vendor's permit to operate. If they are, I'm not sure if there will be a permanent trucks or every week there will be a different truck. If there will be every week a different truck or even every day, they have to have a vendor permit as per the City of Española's requirements. I think it's $15 per day or $150 per month. If that's, but if it's permanent, that's a different avenue.
So I'm still not sure I understand it.
So to my understanding and how we look at it with El Pilar, that was a special use permit because it's in B2. B2 doesn't allow a restaurant as per this standing. And every restaurant which is in B2, which we have many, are non-conforming uses. This is a non-conforming use to B2.
Interesting approach, and it points out our broken code that none of the restaurants on Riverside Drive are actually legal
But
under the city code.
they were there. Could be that's how we read it now, and I've given you the.
Because El Pilar was done, that was a rather large lot, and it was
Uh-huh.
only a portion for that special use. But Denny's, Del Taco, Freddy's, all of these other places that have come in have not been required to do a special use permit.
I can refer
I mean,
it.
I understand what you're saying, but I'm trying to get clear for Mr. Lucero here, if he has to obtain the special use permit, or if the food truck vendors themselves have to. I mean, for sure, we need a commercial site plan.
So they have to get the special use permit for this truck hub. And for the trucks to come there, if there are different trucks coming every week or every day, they have to have a vendor's permit. They will not be, because they're not be permanent. They're coming as vendors, not as a permanent installations. They will be considered vendor trucks. To use that space, you cannot use the residential space for the food truck to operate there, potentially.
Understood, but is that, and again, I guess that's what I'm trying to get my head around this application. Are you looking at rotating trucks coming in? That would probably be perfect. That would be ideal.
Would be ideal. But I will also like some of them trucks for a certain amount of time, certain months of time. I do believe that each vendor would have to get their own vendor permit and go through the state, get their licensing, their regulation, get their inspection from Food and Safety Division, whoever that is. So I'm sort of just the middleman for them to get there and do business, so to speak.
Okay, yeah, because I'm just trying to be clear. Should the city approve your plan,
Right.
is that you're clear what that
Still
actually
have to get
is going to
licensed in the
entail?
City, right.
Yeah,
Each individual.
okay. Thank you for that, Madam Chair. Again, I'm just trying to clarify, but I will keep my motion to table until our next meeting, and so we can get some of these details worked out on this site plan and a little better site plan than the kind of sketch that we have. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Wright. Thank you, Mr. Lucero. Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Wright to table to the next meeting.
I'll second that, Mr. Chair.
Very good, and we have a
November 11th.
November 11th, the November meeting, and we have a second by Commissioner Casados. Do we have any further discussion? Not on a motion to table, okay. So we have a motion to table. Can we get a roll call?
Commissioner Wright,
In favor of the motion to table.
Commissioner Martinez,
In favor.
Commissioner Casadas,
In favor.
Commissioner Quintana.
In favor.
That motion was carried.
Good, thank you. It is now 8:27. I am closing the public hearing. Any party wishing to appeal the decision made here tonight must submit a written notice to appeal to the planning director within 15 calendar days. Planning and land use staff can provide assistance with this. Thank you. Okay, moving on the agenda. Case number 3, 2021-16 variance request. Paula Panya, applicant, requests a variance to place a manufactured home at General Commercial District B2 property addressed as 207 Rosebud Lane. It is now 8:27. Commissioners, is there anyone who has a conflict of interest or that has had ex parte communications related to this case? Commissioner Wright?
Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Wright. Commissioner Quintana?
No, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Quintana. Commissioner Casados?
No, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Casados. And I myself have no conflict of interest or have had any ex parte communications related to this case. Okay, now I will identify and swear the parties.
Can you raise your hand, right hand, please? And just repeat with me. I swear that the testimony that I will give will be the truth. Thank you.
And staff will now present the case.
Thank you so much, everyone, for bearing with us for this little longer meeting. I really appreciate it. So for this particular, this is actually also a commercial district B2, where this property is located on the Riverside Drive, where behind the laundry and behind, I think it's a Shell gas station. Excuse me, have to. I think the property's dimensions are, they applied for the placement of the mobile home permit, which is not allowed as per our B2 commercial zone district. So that was initially denied because it is mostly administratively approved, and since it is not an allowed use in commercial district B2, it was rejected by the planning department. So the Rosebud Lane, this case, so it was purchased in about a decade ago, where I think in about 2006, the property was a residential double wide. There was a permanent foundation, as I'll present to you. And the Valley National Bank actually foreclosed on this property, and the owner at that time removed the double wide mobile home, or the manufactured house that it was there before. So in 2012, the permit obtained to place the home on the property by some of the renters, and then they decided to actually remove it, and they didn't realize, the current owners and the current resident, that they may have to come in differently to place that house. And that's why they now came back to apply for the variance, so they can place a mobile home. And this is actually the site plan here. The Riverside Drive here, when we go there, that's the Rosebud Lane. This is the small shop that they have at this property. And you will see here that the orange marked here is the mobile home foundations. And in the adjoining properties, they already have this manufactured mobile homes. This is the entrance to this property. And this is a small wall, apparently. So this is a 13 feet easement. that I'm gonna discuss it later. And you can see there was some damage to the wall, maybe because of traffic or something. And that's the entry to the property. And that's the mobile home foundation that was there, I think it's 2006 or even before. They have the share yard with the other mobile homes. Again, there's the foundations. So this case was reviewed by the development review team. And the fire department mentioned that first thing, it is not an allowed use in the business district 2 to have a mobile home. They have to have a variance to apply for this. Second thing is the easement is 13 feet. The fire department mentioned that to access the property, they have to have at least 20 feet easement, which I mentioned in the memo. And that's the only thing that I have about this case. But I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, do we have any questions from the commission for staff? Commissioner Wright?
Just one, Madam Chair. Does this existing lot have city water and sewer hookups?
That I don't remember. I think they have, but I can't tell like how far they are. I know
Okay.
there is an
I'll check
easement.
with the applicant.
I know there is an easement on the classic court, which comes to this. I can actually show where it is. Because I'm working on another case, there is a sewer line here that runs through this property here. But water line, I'm not sure where is the water line at this property.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Wright. Commissioner Quintana?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Planner Hussein, I'm looking through this, it looks as though we have 3 DRT reviews, all of which, one is the fire department, all of which are requesting to not approve.
So the first thing, they mention that they don't want to approve because depending on the fire department's recommendations. So the recommendation is based on the fire department. That fire department wants 20 feet easement. So that's why they recommended based on their recommendations.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Quintana. Commissioner Casados?
I don't have anything right now, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Casados. I have a question of staff. When you mention that there is an easement of 13 feet, is that actually an easement on the survey, or is that just an easement based on where the rock wall is?
That is based on the rock wall.
So if that rock wall was knocked down and widened to 20 feet, would that, and the applicant would, let's say they got denied tonight, they went and they knocked down the rock wall and they made the easement or they made the entrance bigger to 20 feet at least for fire, came back and reapplied, would that be amenable to the city?
I think that would be, and I have to double check on the survey plat as well, if there is, if it's 13 feet or it's 20 feet. Because I remember it is 13 feet, but I have to check. There is no mention of easement. How wide is the easement? But I have to double check because there are only small shop that is mentioned in the survey.
Okay, and that may be a question we can ask of the applicant in a little bit. Okay, that's the only question that I had. Okay, are there any questions from the applicant to staff? No? Okay, thank you. Are there any neighboring property owners who received notification that have questions of staff? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, Planner Hussein. And now we will have the applicant present the case. Please state your name for the record and speak clearly into the mic.
My name is Paula Pania.
Very good.
So, yeah, we were requesting a variance to place a mobile home or manufactured home on the property. As you can tell, based on the pictures, the photos, there was a permanent foundation before there was a mobile home. We did rent the property to other people that placed their mobile home on there as well. And they left, and we kind of decided to wait on putting another mobile home on there, not knowing that if it surpassed the 6 months, we weren't going to be able to do that anymore. Last year, we found out that it was zoned as B2 commercial, and so that's why we're here, hoping to be able to get a variance for that.
Very good. Thank you, Ms. Pania. Are there any questions of the applicant from the commission? Commissioner Wright?
Yes, so I heard you say earlier, but I'll ask it for the record. Is there water and sewer service to this particular property?
Yes, they're both city water and city sewer.
Okay, so those hookups are already on this lot,
That's correct.
Not the lot you're on, but this is a separate lot, correct?
On the lot that we're on. The lot that we're requesting the variance for has city water and city sewer.
Okay. And so the key question here, are you going to put a mobile home there or a manufactured home?
A manufactured home. I mean, I'm not sure exactly what the difference is, manufactured, mobile. It's not going to be something that can be moved. It's going to be something that's placed and it's on a permanent foundation.
Yeah, so typically a manufactured home is that. It
Right.
may get pulled in by a truck, but it's actually put on a permanent foundation and secured as opposed to a mobile home that maybe still even has the wheels on it or has a trailer tongue and is ready to go at any time.
Yeah, manufactured home is what we're planning on doing. And actually, the home that was on there was a manufactured home that was on a permanent foundation, and they still pulled it out, so.
So you've heard the concerns that the fire department has?
About the easement?
Yeah, about the width of the easement, and I'm not sure it's actually an easement. I'm not sure we have those plats to determine whether or not it's actually an easement or if there's an encroachment on that right-of-way by the property in front.
So I believe I do have a copy of the survey if you'd like to see it. You do?
Well, it needs to be the survey for the other lot,
Oh, I see, yeah.
because your access, or is that, no, that's just for these two lots.
Yeah, the highlighted yellow is our lot. And the easement is on the top left-hand corner.
Okay, I have to look at that a little better. I don't know if it's allowed, or if the city would consider that, if the fire department would reconsider. But since you do have city water service, would you consider sprinklering this unit? Or this?
Can you explain that a little bit better?
Basically to put a sprinklered fire system in there. It's required in pretty much commercial things, but if you,
Yeah.
an action like that may be considered, and I don't know if that's something that the fire department, because it's really the access for the fire truck itself. So if there was a fire, not only you yourself, but your neighbors would be at risk, and that's the reason why there's a concern from the fire department of them being able to actually get to your property and extinguish a fire if that were to, God forbid, if that were to ever occur.
Yeah, and there's properties back there already. In fact, Freddie Medina was here to talk on our behalf as well. But, I mean, he has a huge garage and a manufactured home back there as well. So I don't know what other solution we could find to that.
Well, and that would be, I'm sorry, look at the plat. I'll come back to that, Madam Chair. If there anybody else has any questions, I may come back when I get a chance to look at the plat.
Thank you, Commissioner Wright.
Sure, but I can't read.
Commissioner Casados, do you have any questions of the applicant?
That's the only question that I have, and it's binding on probably the access. I don't know how they removed the other manufactured home, if they got permission from the other landlord or something. But it seems like if they put a mobile home there before, they should be able to put a mobile home now. But I kind of have concerns about the fire department, why they kind of denied this. And the photos really don't show if there's really the space to get a 20-foot easement or not.
Very good. Thank you, Commissioner Casados. I guess the big question that all of us in the commission have are the easement, and we probably can't answer that. I know I'm trying to look at the survey, but it's so small, I can't read the writing on it, so I'm not sure if you, do you have a larger survey? And maybe rotate it?
See, it says 18-foot wide easement on that.
But either way, the fire department needs 20? How would that be dealt with? If they wanted to still develop the property, but they only had 18 feet for the survey? Commissioner Wright?
Trying to read the plat. Can you get it any bigger? The width of the easement, which is right there. Oh,
There on the
upper
table.
right corner.
There, you got it.
And it says to see
A
no.
little further up and you'll see the table.
See note 3A1.
Towards the middle and up.
Right, but
Go
that's
to the left.
the 1998 plat. Recorded in the wrong county.
Okay, so I guess the big question we have is we need to find out for sure what that easement width is, that's officially on the records.
There's a table there, Madam Chair, that shows the curve table. Easement is 18 feet. There you
18?
go. For C1, C2, and C3. right there.
Yeah, it says it's an 18 feet. 18 feet? There it is. Existing 18-foot wide access easement. I have a question for staff. Would it be recommended to table this variance, deny this variance until,
I think we can conditionally approve if fire department approves it, the 18
exactly,
feet
'cause
exists.
we need to reach out to the fire department and get their blessing before we'd officially
Yes.
could take action on this.
So, yeah, that's, I think, conditionally approve it if fire department approves it, so they don't have to come back.
So that could be done?
Or with conditional approval with the approval from the fire department on terms of easement,
Very good, thank you.
because that's the only main concern.
Very good.
But do they even need a variance to place a manufactured home in B2?
That's correct.
A mobile home, yes. Manufactured home is a different animal.
I don't see any mobile or manufactured homes in B2. That's to my code. That's what is here. That's non-conforming use to my understanding. I could be wrong. But when I see this, there is, and I told you, you can read it now. B2 does not have any language where it says mobile home.
Well, it has no residential.
That's true.
So the code is silent on that.
That's true.
It doesn't
That's right.
prohibit it. Because the understanding, and this is a slightly different version of the code than I started with, but
So it
the
says,
understanding from staff previously is that mobile homes were prohibited within the commercial districts. But actually reviewing the code, under these provisions, you can't have any residences and you can't have any restaurants in B2 commercial. That's a change of approach. So, Madam Chair, I would recommend that maybe, I don't know if tabling or if we do the conditional approval, one, to properly review the survey that there is actually an 18-foot easement rather than a 13-foot. I realize they measured it at 13. However, it looks like your neighbors may be encroaching in in a legal easement, based on what we're seeing on the plat there. And then also, my question, if you'd be willing to sprinkler that, and that may, if that were a condition for allowing you to put a manufactured home in there, that maybe the fire department would be more amenable to that.
How does the applicant feel about that?
I think a conditional approval, as long as we can prove that it is an 18-foot easement, would be great. And we can do the sprinkler if we need to, if that would help get the variance.
Okay, Commissioner Quintana?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Wright, I think I'd like to clarify a couple of things. Mobile homes and manufactured homes are in essence considered similar. What I think you might be thinking of is modular homes. So manufactured homes is more of, by my term, an updated reference to that type of home. They are brought in on their own axles, they have their own wheels and their tongue. And depending on how it is financed, it may be required that those items of mobility be removed and then the home be anchored to the foundation. By anchoring, we do not want to confuse that as being set in cement. They're actually tied down. When that happens that way, then the lien or the mortgage is on both the property and the home itself. Okay? And then the property owner will actually, and the term has slipped my mind for a moment, but basically vacate or surrender the title. This evolved because lenders were loaning on the mobile home and not the land, and then the homes were disappearing. Okay, so they didn't have a way to come back with any other collateral. Modular homes are built elsewhere, brought in on flatbeds, and then erected on the property site. Okay, so when you're talking mobile home, you're also talking manufactured home. Why it changed, I don't know, but it did. But it's still the same cat of the same stripes, okay? Now, in terms of the sprinkling, and I can see where you're coming from in a B2 district, it is my understanding that the ordinance through the fire departments or the regulations through the fire departments go back to around 2015, where they were and Española's trying to catch up to start putting sprinkler systems in commercial buildings that are a certain square footage and above. So this may not be a requirement here other than a wise, prudent move because you may have difficulty with access from the fire department. Now, in terms of the easement, unfortunately, our commissioner engineer is not here tonight, but part of why the fire departments want specific widths to be able to operate their trucks, whether it be the ladder truck or one of their other water trucks, is they not only need room to get in, they have to have the radius to turn back around. This is a matter of saving lives, not only the residents, but also the firefighters. So I am with Commissioner Wright on us tabling this and really finding out where the risks are, i.e. the fire department, and find out what is necessary. Because it doesn't do anybody any good to condition, or just kind of rubber stamp this if we're going to have a bigger liability later on. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Quintana.
Just on that for clarification, it's also the property tax. Mobile homes are actually treated as personal property rather than as an improvement on the property itself.
That would be correct, even though there is, and I don't want to carry this too far, even though there is an actual state statute for taxing of residential mobile homes that are not attached to land. Now, some of our neighbors, such as Los Alamos, since they have defined mobile home parks or manufactured housing parks, they can actually narrow that down pretty easily, and the assessor up there does actually apply taxes to those properties. Here in Española, and maybe even in Rio Arriba County, that is a bear that really hasn't been tackled, and unfortunately, we're losing a lot of revenue because of that, too. But
Well,
yes,
again,
you're correct.
That was one of our findings in our comp plan is because of the majority, not the majority, but the high percentage of mobile homes within the city of Española that essentially depreciate to nothing. I mean, that's one of the things. It's sort of our affordable housing. I'm sorry, going off on a sidetrack, but the cities actually and the owners, unfortunately, the young families that are using these, they don't build up any equity in a mobile home. It just appreciates to nothing. And if it's actually, and I think that's the question here, is putting a modular home in there will be in a better long-term benefit. You have the appreciation. I think that's one of the reasons why the code said, hey, none of these mobile homes in a commercial district. And that's why we're looking at a variance rather than just an approval, although different interpretation of our code now as well.
Thank you, Commissioner Wright. Very good. Are there any other questions from the commission for the applicant? Very good. Seeing none. From staff, does staff have any questions of the applicant?
I don't have any questions for them. Thank you.
Thank you, Planner Hussein. Neighboring property owners who received notice, do you have any questions of the applicant? Seeing none? Okay, thank you, Mrs. Panya. Are there any neighboring property owners who received notice that would like to present? Seeing none. General public, is there anyone here who did not receive a public notice that would like to present? Okay, seeing none. Okay, applicant, final comments. Would you like to make any final comments or statements on your case? No? Okay, thank you. You're welcome. Okay, I will now close the session for public comments. It is now 8:58 p.m. and I will entertain motions from the commissioners.
I'll give it a try.
Commissioner
Chair.
Casados.
I make a motion that we table case number 2020-16, variant request.
Very good. We
Oh.
have, go ahead.
No, I'm done.
I'll second.
Very good. We have a motion to table to the next commission meeting. That's a question.
It should be tabled to a date certain, yes.
To a date
so
certain.
Does that give enough time to review with
Yes.
DRT and for you guys?
Very good. We have a motion to table case 2020-16 made by Commissioner Casados, seconded by Commissioner Wright to the next commission meeting. Roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Casados,
In favor?
Commissioner Quintana,
In favor.
Commissioner Wright,
In favor.
Commissioner Martinez.
In favor.
That motion was carried.
Very good. Thank you very much. Any party wishing to appeal the decision made here tonight must submit a written notice to appeal to the planning director within 15 calendar days. Planning and land use staff can provide assistance with this. Thank you. Okay, moving on the agenda to case number 4, 2021-17, variance request. Ismael Reyes, applicant, requests variance approval for construction of a house on his property addressed as 310 Camino del Sol. The property is zoned as General Commercial District B2. The time is now 9:01 p.m. Commissioners, is there anyone who has a conflict of interest or that has had ex parte communications related to this case? Commissioner Quintana?
None.
Thank you. Commissioner Wright?
No, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Casados?
None.
Thank you. And I have no conflict of interest, nor have I had any ex parte communications for this case. We now need to identify the parties. Very good. And staff will swear you in. Planner Hussein, you can swear in the parties.
Just can you raise your hand, Mr. Reyes? Just repeat with me. I solemnly swear that the testimony I will give will be the truth. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. And staff can now present the case.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. This case is of variance of Mr. Reyes at 310 Camino del Sol. And the property consists of a single legal lot and the single taxable parcel, which is about 1.98 acres and measuring about 98.86 feet to 88.97 feet, approximately deep and 86.75 feet wide. And it's approximately a square-shaped parcel. And the lot has a small single-story residential home. And in 2014, it's in the packet. Let me go here. That's actually his site plan, where he wants to build a house. But when we first we considered that probably he's building house, but when we visited the site again, he mentioned that he doesn't want to connect it to any electricity or water or anything. So this is another additional accessory structure. So this is his second accessory structure that in 2014 he received an accessory structure license permit. Sorry, this is in 2014 he got a building permit from the city of Española to build a 16 by 16 accessory structure, which I think he has it here. The 16 by 16 feet, here marked yellow. And then he came back and asked for, this is 2014, it happened. And in 2021, he came and applied for another accessory structure application. But this is what his 16 by 16 feet looks like. He just applied for a fence too. He got a permit for a fence, which was 6 feet. The structure that he's building at this moment, I can probably go to So this is the prior 16 by 16 feet structure over here that he built first. But now this is another accessory structure that he's building. And this is his carport as per B2 setbacks. He has to have at least 5 feet distance from his parcel's line, which at this point, he has about 2 feet to 3 feet, depending on because it's not straight line. And his parcel line, his fence is a little bit away from his actual parcel line. So it's difficult to measure, but it actually measures between 2.5 feet to 3 feet. Somewhere it's about, but it's mostly 3 feet because we are measuring from facade to the parcel, the property line. It's mostly in that situation that it's not meets the setbacks. I would like to show another site plan where it actually shows. So this is the house that he also already had before. This is, he got permit in 2014. And this is what actually he's building now. And then this carport, and this is just a mobile home that he has. RV. So this line here is, this home here is very close to the property line. And there are two things. First, the accessory structure and any other structure should have at least 10 feet of distance between each other. This carport is 6.5 to 7 feet from this accessory structure that he's building. So it has to be at least 10 feet. And then this here should be at least 5 feet. These are the things that he's asking a variance for. And development review team's recommendations are in front of you as a part of the packet.
Very good. Thank you, Planner Hussein. Is that the end of the presentation?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Do any of the commissioners have questions of staff?
Just a quick one, Madam Chair. So the accessory structure that was there in 2014 actually was allowed that setback.
It was allowed not in this setbacks. It should be 5 feet from the property line.
Right, but that was permitted and allowed in 2014, correct?
He got the permit with the conditions to build 5 feet. I'm not sure if that was inspected at that time, because we cannot go to our other people that were working at that time, and I can't comment on that because I was not part of the team at that moment.
Okay, fair enough. But it seems pretty obvious from the ortho photo that other property owners in that neighborhood have zero setbacks. You can see that to the south, to the east, to the west.
These are chicken coops.
That is a house to the west,
This,
and that is a shed to the east, at least.
I mean, I particularly look at this case, and I can tell on the basis of this case, I didn't look at it because some of the properties here are non-conforming lot, and there are a lot of variances that have been given.
Okay, that's all I had, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Wright. Commissioner Quintana?
No questions at this time.
Thank you.
Thank Thank you, Commissioner Quintana. Commissioner Casados? Commissioner Casados?
I don't have anything right now.
Thank you, Commissioner Casados. And I have no further questions of staff. Thank you, Planner Hussein. The applicant. Mr. Reyes, do you have any questions of staff? No. Okay, thank you. Are there any neighboring property owners who received notification that are here that have questions of staff? Seeing none? Thank you, Planner Hussein. Okay, the applicant. Mr. Reyes, can you come and please state your name for the record and tell us about your case?
I can't hear him, Mr. Chair.
Oh, he can't hear you, so you have to speak into the mic louder.
Now, can you hear me?
Yes,
Okay, thank you. So behind the structure that's in question at this point is a fence. Beyond that fence is a wire fence that was constructed way back in 30s or the 40s when the house was built. Beyond that is my property line. So from the wall of the structure to my property line is 5 feet, 5.5 feet and 6 inches. As Hussein stated, that it has to be from the easement of the building. So if you take it from the easement of the building to my property line, it's approximately 5 feet and 6 inches. Okay, so again, that is not a home. That is not living quarters. That is not anything else than what it is. There is nothing else there. As he stated, would that be, future use for living quarters or whatever? I would have to think about that and take the proper permits if need to. But at this point, it is nothing there. People think it is, but it's not. There are fire extinguishers in the area where I park my vehicle. And also there are fire extinguishers in that unit. There's also fire extinguishers in the other unit. So what people see from the outside is not what it is. It is structured as a home, and that's what I want it to look like. I don't want it to look like a storage building. I wanted a unique face to that building, openness and a lot of windows. and that's what I did. So at this point in time, that's why I'm asking, well, I shouldn't be asking for variance because it's 5 feet and 6 inches from the east to my actual property line on the other side of my fence, which is another fence beyond that. Both buildings, those buildings been erected as of, I got my permit on 2014. They were done at 2015. So those buildings been there for over 5 years. There has never been a problem with those buildings. And this is away from, probably a neighbor complained about it because I had speed bumps put in the area because they were going excessively fast. So this is what we're here because of that, and because way back in 2014, Mr. Joe Duran didn't go back and inspect the property. Instead, he said, no, Mr. Reyes, you can't do this. No, you can't do that. Oh, no, that's too close. Okay? He went back maybe twice, and he looked at the fence. That's when I was doing the fence. And after that, he never came back. Those buildings been there for over 5 years. 5 years. And those buildings are constructed just like this one is. It's not no cheap thing. They're solid structures, as you could see from the pictures. If you go back to the pictures, they're solid structures. And there's nothing there that is going to depreciate the way of life from my neighbors. A matter of fact, it's going to enhance the property values in that area. I'm the only one that's done this kind of work on their properties. Everybody else has done nothing, maybe windows, and that's about it. But if you see this, as you can see, between that wall and that fence, and beyond that, it's 5.5 feet. 5.5 feet and 6 inches beyond the wood fence. That's on my property. But the tree is right here, right on the left-hand side right there. So that is not an issue for a variance because I don't think I need a variance for what I have there. From the easement of the building all the way down past the tree on the other side of the fence is 5 feet and 6 inches. So I'm within my limit of building that structure right there. So that's all I have to say.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Reyes.
You're welcome.
Do any of the commissioners have questions of the applicant? Was that what you just moved up there? That turned it on? Okay, so Commissioner Casados, do you have any questions of the applicant?
None at this time.
Thank you, Commissioner Casados. Commissioner Quintana? Not at this time, thank you. Commissioner Wright?
No, I don't.
Thank you. And I guess I have one question of you. So, Mr. Reyes, you're saying that from your property line to the accessory structure, that there is at least 5 feet, is what you're saying?
It's 5 feet and 6 inches.
So there's at least 5 or more.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I guess I have a question for staff again. What do we need to do to resolve this?
So when we went there and inspected the site, even if you consider the second parcel, the facade up here that I can show you here on the top, this is not more than 3 feet. If it measures from this is actually our measurement. It is not more than 3 feet. And the distance between this structure and the garage is not more than 7 feet. It's 6.5, 6, not more than 7. Because we just want to keep our, because our there could be some, mistake in our measurement. So that's why we can give them some, but it's not more than 3 feet. And it could be measured from any angle. It actually narrows down, and I can show you. And it's even less than 3 feet.
Is that measurement from the wall or from the end of the roof?
Can you tell this could be a 5 feet distance?
I think Mr. Reyes was saying that you have more property behind the fence?
Yes.
That's
you
even
get like an
reflected
easement?
on the plat.
Excuse me?
That's reflected on the plat in our packet.
Yes,
You can see that.
right.
The fence line is not on the property line.
That's true, and we measure from that line.
So from the, above from the, not the building wall, he stated, not from the building wall. From the building wall, it's gonna be about maybe 6 feet. That's not what he was mentioning to me. He was saying that from the eve of the building to the property line, stated it's 3 feet or 4 feet. When I measured from that, past my fence, plus past the fence on the other side of that, my fence here, onto my property line is 5 feet and 6 inches. So I'm within 6 inches of the property line.
We measured in front of Mr. Reyes, and he knows that we measure from this parcel line. And this is a wooden fence. So we, put the measuring tape into that property line and then measure in front of him. And he knew that it's 3 feet. And I can ask anyone who wants to measure it, it would not be more than 3 feet.
Okay, if you go.
How
over-
did you determine where the property line was?
As per his statement, there is a second fence behind the property, which is the actual boundary line for this parcel line.
As you look on your pamphlet, Exhibit C shows the second.
I would have another questions then.
Go ahead.
Since we get the permit for the first accessory structure, and these structures are there for 5 years, why didn't we get the permit for this structure within 5 years? Because we know this, we got the permit for first one, why didn't we get the permit for the second part, accessory structure? It's been 5 years.
They've been there over 5 years.
That's what I'm saying.
Right.
We got the best. That's what I'm saying. That's my question is, we got the permit for this one 5 years ago to build a 16 by 16. Why didn't we get for this one and this one since it's been there for 5 years?
Okay, when I was talking to Mr. Duran way back in 2014, I asked him on future buildings. And he stated for future buildings, like you just said, it has to be a setback. I said, okay, I'm fine with that. And he said nothing else after that.
So Joe Duran is not an authority. You know this process that you got a permit for the first structure, you need a permit for the second structure as well. Because this is a normal process that you first followed. why this procedure was
Because
not
it was an-
followed in
it
the
was
second
an-
step.
It's an add-on to a original structure. And
This
this
is-
structure's been there for 5 years, so why is it a question now?
This is not, this is because you are violating our code. The fence that you got a permit for was 6 feet, and your fence is 7 feet. The gate is also part of fence, which should be 6 feet, which is 10 to 11 feet. So nobody could see what's going on in there.
That's right, because I want my privacy, and I also don't want no trespassers.
So even the permit that you got was 6 feet, you're violating that permit and building 7 feet, and then you're coming here and then you're saying verbally you got the permit. That doesn't make sense.
Well, I did get the permit for the small structure. And then when I was speaking to Mr. Duran, I asked him about additional structures, and that's what he said.
So Joe Duran didn't sign your permit. Joe Duran was just an inspector and
Correct,
inspected
he was
that.
inspector, correct.
He can suggest to you, he cannot allow you to build it. Since you got the first permit, and this is another similar structure. And then we have to actually see what percentage of the property actually you're covering. The accessory structure should not be more than the actual house, which I believe it could increase the actual square footage of the house that actually you have.
Okay, so why wasn't I told when I started building the first structure?
I don't,
I would,
there is no corroboration of that statement that somebody told you. We cannot actually corroborate. We can only corroborate what actually the permit was given to you
Correct.
and what actually was permitted to you. We can only consider that. Verbal statements, we cannot go and check those.
okay, so that's why I'm here. I am here to correct what's there. It doesn't matter if I had a permit for the structure, or the second structure, or the third, or the fencing, or the gate. I am here to correct that problem.
So, Mr. Reyes, I would have one question.
Go ahead.
You got the permit for 6 feet fence. When did you consider that since you are beyond that height, you are coming to get that fixed?
No, when I started constructing that fence, he was there, Mr. Duran was there, and he stated that I could not go any higher than what I have now. So
Right.
then
You might have 6 feet at that time. The permit shows it's 6 feet, and your permit, you mentioned it's 6 feet. I can show you your permit at 6 feet.
Mhm.
Okay, I think I'm gonna move on and ask if there are any neighborhood property owners here that received notice that would like to ask questions of the applicant. Okay, seeing none. I think that's all we need, Mr. Reyes, for now.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Are there any neighboring property owners here who did receive notice that would like to present? Seeing none, the general public. Is there anyone here that would like to present on this case at all? Okay, seeing none, last chance. From the applicant, do you have any final comments or statements on your case?
Okay, the final comment that I have on this issue is that on anything that has to be corrected, I'm willing to correct it. It's not an issue, okay? The issue here is it has to be corrected, and I have no problems with that. The thing is that it would be kind of absurd to tell me, says, okay, you have to knock down the building. It doesn't make any sense. Okay, the building's been there for 5 years. Okay, I paid the original fee to get that small structure. Then I pay another fee for the second structure. Then I pay another fee for an inspection. Now I got to go back to Santa Fe, and they stated I have to pay almost $600. So this whole situation here could have been prevented if the county would have been more observant of what I was doing out there. Okay, if they were more observant of what I was doing out there, we won't be here doing this. Okay, I did what I did because that's my private residence. I enjoy Española, and I like my privacy. I don't like dogs coming on my property. I'm retired. That's it. I'm done, you know? That's why I have that gate. That gate, like he said, I'm sorry, what was it on the gate? The height?
The height is
Well,
about 10 feet.
Anyways, it's about a foot and something off. It's a very expensive gate. So why then the county come back and say, well, look, you know, that's too high, you know? So we have to figure out how to rectify that problem, okay? My property is one of or if not the best property well kept in that area. It's landscaped outside, inside, and these buildings. I have an investment on not just my property, but also my neighborhood. So I think that we could come to some kind of conclusion on how to rectify this problem. These buildings been there for over 5 years. Why now? Why now? Nothing's happened since between now and then. I haven't been working on those buildings because I got injured at work and now I can't work. So I have to get another veteran, which I'm a veteran myself, to help me finish those units. And now somebody comes and says, oh yeah, you know, he's got this, he's got that. Oh, we're gonna report him. So what they do, they went over there, took a picture of my property and came to the lane, oh look, he's building a house. It's not a house. It's not a house. So this situation here tells us, oh yeah, you know, he's doing something, so they're jealous of what I'm doing. And I don't care about that. I just want to get that rectified.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes.
You're welcome. Any questions?
I'm sure if we have some, we'll ask you in a little bit.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I will now close the session for public comments. And I will entertain a motion from the commissioners. Mr. Reyes, I have a question about your fence.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so if you got permitted for a 6-foot fence. but
Yes, ma'am.
your fence, what's your fence made out of?
It's made out of rough cut wood. Excuse me. It's made out of rough cut wood.
Okay. So if it's above the 6-foot line, would you be, like you just said, you wanted to rectify whatever's wrong here?
Yes.
Would you be willing to cut that extra foot off and bring it down to the approved 6-foot level?
And rough cut wood, yeah, that's no problem. I could do that.
The gate, I think you said it's a very expensive gate. It's 10 feet high. I don't know.
$10,000 with that gate.
I can probably ask staff if they'd be okay with the gate staying as is and bring the rest of the fence down to within 6 feet.
Madam Chair, we didn't even want to touch this fence issues because Mr. Reyes and Mr. Reyes, I'm not against or any. This is because I've been here to this is for a public safety issue.
I understand that.
And I have been recommended And I didn't want her to touch even fence because even if it's, because we consider half feet, this could be given to the people to just some flexibility. But even if we are not actually following what is allowed to us, and we are violating that, and then we're coming back and ask, and probably, just making it an excuse to see that if it is there now, it's there. If we keep doing this, then there will be a lot of other cases on that. So to promote the public safety, it is better as you get the permit as your first accessory structure, you should have got this permit for the second accessory structure as well. That's the only concern. And a fence, I know the gate, and actually I was actually amazed to see how expensive gate it is. And I mean, but this something we want, and we request people to please get the permit. So you don't have to go all through this. We're not here to make things complicated. We're here to keep people safe. We're here to smoothen the process so that everyone can enjoy their property rights.
Okay, so the issue then exists with the second accessory structure not being permitted
Yes,
and being too close to the property line?
and too close to the garage.
Too close to the garage.
There are two variances, too close to the garage and too close to the property line. On the front, it is 6 to 7 feet to the garage, he has built for the car, which should be at least 10 feet, and at the behind, it is close to the boundary line.
Very good. Any commissioners entertained enough to file a motion? So what is the second accessory structure? You said it's not a house.
No, ma'am. The second structure is a workshop studio.
Workshop studio?
Right. And as you saw, there's an RV there that is being used as storage. So I want to get that RV out of there. I don't know when, but I want to get the RV out of there and get that stuff that's in there in that accessory structure. That accessory structure also going to serve like gatherings when we're allowed to do that when this is over. Also have some cookouts, and if it's raining, we could go into that structure. Again, there's no utilities, there's nothing there but that.
How big is that new accessory structure?
The new accessory structure is 16 by 16.
Mr. Reyes, can that be moved?
Could this be moved?
That's a big issue.
There we go. That's what we're saying. It's a big structure. It's a 16 by 16. And could you get back to the front of the building? The structure cannot be moved, no. That is the front of the structure. The right where it's already been paneled, there you go. The right where it's been paneled, that's all storage. And I'm trying to clear that out so I could use the other structure for storage as well. That new structure on the left-hand side is a 16 by 16.
So they're both 16 by 16.
No, ma'am. The first one is 10 by 16. The first one is smaller than the other one. The other one is 16 by 16. That's the front right there. Right. The difference between that structure there and others is 7 feet. And that's like a carport. Again, fire extinguishers on all units. And there's water available. And the gates are 60 feet long. So they're 30 feet long each. they could be open and the fire department will have no issue coming in if any fires come about. And I also have water nearby.
I have another question of Mr. Reyes. So it looks like the whole issue here is that your new accessory structure is 7 feet from the garage. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And there's two, I guess there's two issues. So that's one of them. It should be 10 and it's 7. So there's 3 feet there, too close. And also the new accessory structure is about 3 feet from the rear property line when it should be at least 5. Is that correct? Is there any way that you,
Could you go back to the back?
is there, because there's, it's 3 feet too close here and 2 feet too close here. Is there a way to modify the existing structure to widen those spaces?
The back part. The roof line? Okay. The, there, the top there, and not the top right there. As you see the top roof line, right there. So up there. So in order for me to do what you stated, I would have to cut where the arrow is all the way back. So in other words, instead of having the roof like this, now you're going to have a third of a building like somebody took a bite out of it. And that's already been it's already been roofed. It's been corrugated and papered and insulated. And that's just the outside. Now you got to go in. No, you don't have to go inside because I would just have to be cutting the back. And it's like taking a bite of that corner there and bringing it in. And see how odd it would look, how awkward it would look. And then the case on the other, it's 7, it's 3 feet. I don't know. I could figure something out to where I could bring the wall in from the garage in 2 feet and leave the overhead where it's at. And that way it will keep the wall from the garage to the face of that building at 10 feet.
Do any of these ideas sound amenable to staff?
Because the buildings could not be moved. They cannot be moved. It's like you asking me to move this. Yeah. So now we have to alter the structure.
What ideas do we all?
Madam Chair, as per DRT's recommendation, and as per our code recommendations, they advised to have, and the 7 feet distance actually is not 7 feet. 7 feet is the maximum. Mostly it's 6 feet between the garage and the accessory structure or the studio that Mr. Reyes is building. And it should be at least 10 feet to come in compliance with the property, and at least 5 feet from the boundary line to come in compliance. And if that's the precedent we set, should be set for everyone. And I agree with Mr. Reyes has put a lot of investment, but as Mr. Reyes has one of the most beautiful fence or the gate, he knows what actually the standards and what are the process for the developments are. If we are following the development process, similar development process at the first time, that should have been followed the second time as well. And if we see at the structure and the site plan that he has submitted at first point, there is a setback written there. That should have been followed for this too. And if this 5 years there should have been consultation with the city.
Okay, so I have another question for you, Planner Hussein. If we deny the variance tonight, if we deny it, what needs to happen?
Then they have to cut the house 2 feet from boundary, from the back of the boundary, to come in compliance with the city. It means that they have to cut 2 feet from the behind. And then on the front, they have to reduce the size of their garage 3 feet.
Commissioner Wright?
The problem is the variance criteria, and he has to meet all 4. I'm looking at that neighborhood, and it's clear that nobody is meeting setbacks there, including the inner building distances. It's clear as a bell. So I am concerned if he were denied this, he'd be denied the right of the enjoyment of his property that his neighbors actually get the benefit of. And it's not only on his street, it's the street to the north and the street to the south. And again, it's the nature of our code. Our setbacks are somewhat arbitrary and capricious. And I understand the problem. I mean, my concern is you didn't permit this. You knew you had to permit it previously. This one, you chose not to permit. And that's not a good thing. And even in doing so, it would have needed a variance. But because the 2014 structure was there, I can completely understand why you didn't think you need a variance. You absolutely knew you needed a permit, though. This is a tough one. I'm also confused by the survey. I wish, and hopefully in the future, we can actually get the entire survey plat. What we've got is a blow-up, so there's no notes. It's hard to determine without the legend of exactly what's on there, but I'm reading a dimension of 5 feet there, and actually that fence is 5 feet from his actual property line. So I'm interpreting this as actually being in compliance based on my review of the plat. However, I am not a licensed professional surveyor, but I can read a plat and understand that and see those dimensions. But the problem is we don't have the full plat in front of us to be able to pull that up and actually examine that. And that's a concern. And it's also my concern. It's situations like these that actually would be extremely helpful if the commission was actually to be able to go on site and take a look at this and actually look at these and understand the situations rather than a couple of pictures. That's what we have to rely on. It's a couple of snapshots and a portion of a plat. And again, what I can see in that neighborhood is nobody is maintaining 5-foot setback, so I don't see why Mr. Reyes should be held to that standard when none of his neighbors have been. And it's a similar thing. The property immediately to the south has at least 4 or 5 structures that are probably less than a foot apart. And so how can the city defend denying this when it's clear other neighbors enjoy the same property right?
Thank you, Commissioner Wright. Planner Hussein?
Mr. Chair, I guess in rebuttal to that, I think probably the biggest thing is maybe the other structures are movable, not as permanent as this one is. They look smaller, but they might be movable. One of the things that I have, I think, and I'm struggling with is that if we don't support probably a planning that interprets a code, I think we're gonna be setting precedents that anybody can do and erect and then come and ask forgiveness later. Now, I kind of like the recommendation that maybe we should table this, do a site visit, maybe look at it a little closer instead of denying it. Maybe we should just table it.
This whole meeting is good.
Thank you, Commissioner Casados. And we are actually open to any motions right now, so feel free to make a motion, any of us.
Madam Chairman, I make a motion that we table case number 2021-17. Maybe we can do a site review and really check the original survey if the property owner is willing to provide it, and maybe make a recommendation at that time.
Okay, we have a motion to table by Commissioner Casados.
I'll second for the purpose of consideration.
Very good. We have a second by Commissioner Wright. Roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Martinez,
In favor?
Commissioner Casadas,
In favor?
Commissioner Wright.
In favor, so this is pending a site visit, correct?
Correct.
Commissioner
In favor.
Quintana. Commissioner Quintana.
In favor.
That motion was carried.
Very good. I will now close the public hearing. Oh, I actually have to ask a question. If it's tabled to a date certain, is it next meeting or when?
Yes, the next meeting.
Very good. Next meeting. Okay, any
However,
party-
the motion required a site visit that needs to be scheduled prior to the next meeting. With your permission.
That'd be fine, no problem. You have to let me know when there's gonna be
Right.
some inspections.
To,
so- oh,
to
yeah.
a date certain,
Yes.
with some adequate notice.
Very good. So we have a motion to table pending a site visit scheduled for the next meeting. Just a closing statement. Any party wishing to appeal the decision made here tonight must submit a written notice to appeal to the planning director within 15 calendar days. Planning and land use staff can provide assistance with this. Thank you. Okay, moving on the agenda, number 5, 2021-18. Thank you for your patience, everyone. I'm sorry.
Can
A lot
we
of
take a
information.
short break?
Okay, 5-minute break?
Short.
5 minutes?
5 would be great.
Okay, we got a quick 5-minute break. It is now 9:57. 5-minute break, please. I'm hardcore. I was gonna still keep going. It should be a group, right? All of us together? How do we do this? Earl, any bright ideas? Maybe 2 weeks from tonight?
Yeah, that's just what schedules that people can do. To, it needs to be fairly early so we can see. It's getting darker
Because we'll have daylight savings by that time, I think.
by November 3rd.
So 2 weeks is, we're still good.
If we do it at what, 4?
Let's see.
Is late afternoon okay with you?
I don't work anymore because of my injury, so whatever time, just let me know and I'll be there.
Yeah, it shouldn't, and I'm assuming you would want to accompany the commission,
I would be happy to go.
so we should do it so you don't have overtime or something.
No problem. Half an hour, doesn't matter to me.
Should we shoot, maybe that's what we need to put out there, shoot for like the 4 o'clock,
Sure.
4:30? We got a carpool, it's very narrow streets, no place to park.
I think we'll just walk.
Well, you could. Park at the office supply and walk down the block.
Right.
Drag Marlo with us.
So 2 weeks from tonight would be the 28th at 4:30 or 5? Thursday?
Do Saturday Halloween trick or treat. No, we would.
Promise to give candy.
I,
2 weeks next week?
I think if we can, we should try to do it at 4.
Yeah. I think we should try and do it at 4.
Okay, 4 o'clock on the 28th?
Yeah.
4 o'clock on October 28th.
October 28th.
Yeah, 2 weeks from tonight. Today's the 14th. 10:28. Thursday, 10:28, 4 o'clock.
And then shortly after that,
And then 2 weeks after that, then we'll have another meeting and you'll come back again.
no, the next time. You have the inspection, then the next meeting, I'll come back. Next meeting will be what, November, no,
Second Thursday of November. I'll give you the exact date. It's gonna be 11th. 11th is the Veterans Day.
That's a holiday.
That's a holiday.
So that's our next commission meeting schedule?
That's our next commission meeting schedule.
Because if we normally have a holiday on our meeting, they usually push it up or back a week.
Yeah, so we have to figure out a certain date. But the thing is that we have to comply with our public notice.
The 18th, the week after?
Yes.
Okay. So it's probably going to be the November 18th will probably be the next meeting because the 11th is a holiday. coming back from a break?
No, it was just a recess. You didn't adjourn. We're just doing this to the chair because he tried to miss all this fun. And he saddled the vice chair with it.
Right away, right when I started, and he right away gave me the meeting.
Are you going back in yet?
2 days a week.
Oh, okay. So you're home for 3. That's nice.
It's not bad. I
Is
like
it
to,
the same 2 days every week, or?
yeah, I picked my days, Tuesdays, Wednesdays.
Oh, okay.
I figure Monday's too hard to get up early.
Well, that's true, that's
And then
true.
Tuesday, I'm already on a roll, and then Wednesday's hump day, so then Thursday, it's all downhill from
There
there.
you go, there you go. My brother went back to his old job, which is sending him back now into the lab.
Yeah.
And he's gonna be there 4 days a week. But he's got 3 years to retire.
Very good. Let's get this thing going so we can get out of here. Okay, I'm going to reconvene the planning and zoning meeting. It is now 10:08, 10:08 p.m. We are reconvening. We are moving on to item number 5 under public hearings, 2021-18 variance request. Ariana Herrera, applicant, is requesting a variance approval to place a mobile home at 1848 Calle del Rancho. The property is zoned urban residential planned unit development, R6 PUD. Are there any commissioners who have a conflict of interest or who have had ex parte communications related to this case? Commissioner Quintana?
None.
Thank you. Commissioner Wright?
No, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Casados?
No, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And I myself have no conflict of interest nor have had any ex parte communications related to this case. We now need to identify and swear in the parties.
Can you please raise your right hand and just repeat with me. I solemnly swear that the testimony I will give will be the truth. Thank you.
Very good, and staff will present the case for us.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, member of the board, Planning and Zoning Commission. This case is of the variances in the plan unit development by Ms. Herrera. The subject property consists of the single taxable parcel. That parcel is about 0.16, which 1.5, which is a little smaller than the vicinity parcels, which are about 1.16 of an acre. And it's measures about 83 to 77 feet deep and 85 to 70 feet wide. And this is a very interesting case, as this is a plan unit development, R6 plan unit development, and R6 plan unit development doesn't, as per our code, doesn't allow any manufactured or mobile home. It allows only the site-built homes. But when I visited that subdivision, half of the houses are manufactured houses. And that actually reflected DRT, and they asked to pursue to legal. That's why half of our houses are actually here, the manufactured houses, because as per plan unit development, it shouldn't be allowed. But we went back and actually went back to subdivision documents. They set up their own standards, and the city has been treating this subdivision as R6. And they have been allowing the manufactured houses because R6 allows manufactured houses. That's why DRT mentions to pursue the legal to avoid any conflict, because if other residents are enjoying the same rights in the vicinity. But having said that, a few of the residents in the neighborhood raised their concerns against placing this house on this property, the manufactured house, because they say they were promised by the person who sold these properties in this subdivision that they will be only site-built houses, which they are conflicting. There are a lot of manufactured houses and the mobile homes in this vicinity. Most of them are renters. Some of them are renters. Some of them are just put it on the foundations. No electricity, nothing on the ground, and it's just been abandoned. So this property is at Calle del Rancho. As you can see, this yellow marked. And these parcels are actually a little bigger than this lot because of the shape and size of this property. And this is the neighborhood, R6 PUD, that's Plan Unit Development Compound. And actually, the subdivision too, they have the letter from subdivision that they're allowed to put the mobile or manufactured house on that subdivision. And this is their site plan looks like. They want that because it should be at least 10 feet, so that's what they're asking. Because the size is smaller, they're asking to have at least 8 feet of the setbacks on this side of the property. And that's the only the information that I had, and that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Planner Hussein.
Thank you.
Okay, do any of the commissioners have any questions of staff? Commissioner Wright?
I know what I'm saying. So I'm not clear from that drawing which side of the parcel there were, or from the aerial.
This is gonna be the front, and that's from the back. That's why I assume, because the shape of the property is not the straight, it's constricting. So this would be the face, and this, to my assumption, would be the rear end of the house. Because that's why I was confused, because it's. Yeah, sorry, it was the angle I was looking at it. Yes, 20 feet. This is the front side of the property,
So the variance is for the front setback,
or the side setback.
side setback.
It should be 10 feet.
And they're requesting 8? How far is the western, are both of them 8 feet?
Say that one more time. No, that's the 10 feet on the other side.
10 feet on the east or the west side?
I think on the west side, the property, I think it's not mentioned, but to my understanding, looking at the width of the lot, at that point, I believe it's gonna be 8 as well.
And I asked this because part of the problem, I went to the site and I couldn't actually determine
Because it's just.
which lot,
Yes,
because it wasn't numbered,
I agree.
and there was a lot of other ones there. But the concern that I have, these lots are stair-stepped,
Uh-huh.
and I don't know if they've already done the dirt work, but I would recommend that they actually shift it, if the commission is to consider approving this variance, is that it not be placed in the center, but actually scooted a little bit east, because you run the danger of the slope. If you're too close to that slope, you run the danger of the property, of the house actually sinking and sliding down that slope. And if you go the other way, you're tucked up, and it's a pretty, if you could go to the aerial with the topo on it, or can I do that?
I have a mouse.
You have the mouse to do it? The one with the topo that's in our packet, that one. And you can see what I'm saying, commissioners, and Commissioner Casados, I'm not sure you can see that online.
Yeah,
You'll be able to see that.
But those lots essentially stair step down the slope, each one of them. And there's not a lot of slope there, but this lot, if I remember right, is actually, it's fairly significant. Unfortunately, yellow line, we can't see that. Those are 1 foot contours, I believe.
Yes.
So there's a significant, 1 foot contour. I mean, I see the problems with the lots, and I don't think turning it north-south solves the problem either, because of that little bend that's there.
That's correct.
So I would ask the app, would the city have a problem with that?
Could you please repeat that?
Well, again, the setbacks are actually centered
Uh-huh.
to be 8 feet on each side.
Yes.
What if they made it 10 feet on one side, which would be compliant, and only 6 feet on the other?
I think that would be too close to the property if they develop it. So that's why we have to keep the.
Right, but it's a physical, it's actually a safety issue of stability of the house on that slope.
Not too sure if the 2 feet would do any difference.
I think it could. We had a variance request here for somebody who put an accessory structure on one of those slopes, and that was our concern.
That's true. Sexy structures are mostly small, and they are more impacted by these sort of 2 feet or 1 feet of distance.
We actually made him move it.
So I mean, I can't. That's my assumption. Because of the smaller size, they're more impacted by the slope because they're not firm enough to stand on the ground.
Well, and it was actually perched right on one of these corners, and it was one of the lots farther to the north that was similar to these, where there was quite a bit of slope. Because the impact to the neighbor, there's clearly a building setback there that's way beyond. I mean, again, the house faces, and I can't quite read the road name.
Escada del Rancho.
The court, Vista Point Court. So the setback between the structures is significant. But rather, and again, it's just in the interest, in the long-term interest of the stability of this home, is to pull it away from perching on the edge of that, rather than.
We wouldn't have any issues. I mean, if it is what it is, but we just wanted to have the at least maximum distance we can from the neighborhood properties. So if in case of fire, it's not transmitted to the other properties. That's why the setback.
Right, but that's what we're seeing is the house that we'd move it 2 feet closer to has more than enough setback for that. So the distance between the structures is acceptable. So that's just my thought, Commissioners. That's all I had for staff, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Wright. Any other commissioners have questions of staff? Commissioner Casados?
I don't know if the applicant is probably willing to probably get a 28 by 50 instead of 28 by 55.
Okay, and that's a question we can ask the applicant when she comes up to present.
I think they have already purchased the house.
Okay, so the house has already been purchased, Commissioner Casados.
Okay.
I think they're not. Yeah, they'll be able to answer that question.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Quintana?
Planner Hussein, you've mentioned in your presentation that the subdivision has pretty much set their own rules and haven't been consistent or anything like that.
That's correct.
And I know that the city really doesn't get involved in the bylaws or the restrictive covenants or anything pertaining to how the subdivision and their board handles that, their subdivision board.
I think that's correct, and that's why they have been permitting these houses, because my first-hand assumption and first impression of this subdivision, that I was actually amazed why there are manufactured houses, because if we're considering, it's my allergies. So yeah, I was saying, so the subdivision actually has a different setback. So but we have in our code declared them planned unit development, which actually we have not been treating it as a planned unit development. And subdivisions set their own rules.
Well, it would be my opinion that in the bylaws or the restrictive covenants, that even though they are setting their rules for that particular subdivision, whether that's exclusively site-built homes, homes of 3 different types of models, single level, no RVs parked on the outside, whatever their list of rules would be, I would think that somewhere the city ordinance and restrictions and requirements of the city would overlap some of that.
That's correct.
And one would think that those would work together. So the type of housing may be a little bit of a delicate dance there. But in going forward, at any level, we have DRT reviews, and I'm looking at 3 or 4 of them here that they're all denying
That's correct,
this
because
particular home.
that's because at that, when we had a DRT review meeting, the only issue that was that it's not permissible in planning use development. Other than that, they wouldn't have any issues.
Okay,
Because it's a planning unit development, but when we researched it and checked with the legal and asked the former city employees that why they have been giving, so, and I checked with the subdivision surveys, they have a different standards.
well, the sad note on this is it appears that we have yet another case this evening where we're seeing that the sins of the past continue to haunt us.
That is correct, and half of the subdivision is manufactured house.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, it's very difficult to make decisions or even create motions when we have a precedence there.
Yeah,
that
if
is-
not half of this, but there are significant manufactured houses in the, I mean, there is not 1 or 2, there are significant manufactured houses in there.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Quintana.
I'll wait.
Commissioner Casados, you didn't have any questions of staff?
None.
Thank you, Commissioner Casados, and I have no questions of staff myself.
Thank you.
Thank you, Planner Hussein. Does the applicant have any questions of staff? No, okay, thank you. And any neighboring property owners who received notice, do you have any questions of staff? Okay, please state your name for the record.
My name's Michael G. Miller. I live at 830 Sage Drive in that subdivision, and I was one of the first residents in that subdivision. I've been there since 2008. The city allowed manufactured homes to come in there 2 years ago. We came down and asked, and they said, oh, we can't do anything about it. That's what the planner said. We said, wait a minute. The covenants don't allow that. But the city issued the permits anyway. And the way to prevent us from doing anything is they turned their permitting process over, I believe, to the state at that time, or their inspections to get out of it. But we have spent a lot of money on single-family dwellings in that home. And the permitted uses are very simple. Site-built homes are allowed, duplexes, government structures, community and municipal buildings, parks and playgrounds. Now, at the bottom of that hill, where you're looking there, is a large pit. That was told us to be a park. Now, these substandard lots that aren't of size should not have been permitted. Someone allowed a subdivision, if you could use those kind of lots, smaller lots, if you site build a home. But they're talking about bringing in a trailer. We have no trailers in that subdivision at all. We have some modular homes that the city allowed, and we protested, but they allowed that. I believe that any more permits of modular homes, the city should be held responsible because they've been notified and they know that what the subdivision requires. Now, we haven't had any trailers, but now you want to turn us into a trailer park. Okay? There are many lots in this community that will allow them to place a trailer. Now, we have other problems. Those are supposed to be owner-occupied residents. Owner-occupied. There are now 3 vacant ones there that are trying to rent. The city has not, I've made them aware of it, but no one's stepped up to do anything. So what I'm asking you all is not to permit this at all. It's just the beginning. What are you gonna do, line up? You know, at first we really were upset with the manufactured homes. Then we found out some of them were the expensive ones. The first ones they brought in, there were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's how many are there. Okay? Those all were sold for over $200,000. So we kind of relented and said, okay, if that's what you're going to put in, we're going to watch. Well, those have declined now to other homes that are just substandard manufactured, something you can get really cheap and put on a lot. Now we want to degrade it more to a trailer park. Now those of us that have been there spent a lot of money on our homes, and I know you have some emails in your packets from other residents who object to this. And I'm here to speak for the subdivision. Yeah, but I don't know if you have the emails. Did you give them the emails? Well, how is that advantageous? You know, I spent a few years in government, a couple of years, you know, and I thank you all for reminding me how difficult government is this evening. It's been a long time since I've been in one of these rooms. And believe me, I spent a lot of time in them, 30 years. But the whole thing about zoning that I believe you need to remember is zoning is designed to make neighbors good neighbors and to keep neighbors good neighbors. When you make a planned unit development, that's a commitment. That's a commitment that everything in here is going to be precise as to what the specifics are. In other words, if you say every home is stick-built, then it'll be stick-built. Now, I heard you earlier talk about trailers and manufactured homes. Experience tells me a manufactured home, well, I'll give you an example. A site-built home is where you haul everything there. I don't want to give you a lesson because I'm sure you heard, but I want it for the record. Site-built, you bring everything in, construct it, hook it all up, and that's site-built. Manufactured homes are exactly the opposite. They're built in a factory with all the stuff put into them and then hauled to the site, either as a one-piece or two-piece units. That is a legal definition. And I believe it's I'm going to say the realtor's definition or somebody's. But anyway, a mobile home is just that. It's on wheels. You haul it to property. You can haul it off when you want to. And I think that would be a big disservice to this community in that area. If you've not toured it, you need to tour it. But you can't keep making it worse. You got to make it stay better. And that's all I ask. I'll answer questions if you have.
Let me see.
And your name again, sir? I'm sorry. It was
It's Michael Miller.
Michael Miller. Thank you, Mr. Miller.
So did you receive notice?
No, you posted a sign. That's just like notice.
Yeah.
Is it not? That's the legal definition. That's why you post a yellow sign to let me know that what you're going to do. So I received notice. I read the sign the day they hung it.
I couldn't find it the day.
No, the
it
wind
went.
blew it off. I posted it back up a couple of times, but
Okay, Commissioner Quintana, go ahead.
Mr. Miller, the subdivision committee,
what's that and where are they?
that's what I was going to ask you.
There's no such thing.
But didn't you say that there's some bylaws and restrictive covenants?
No,
in
there's
this?
covenants on your deeds. Those are recorded on the deeds. They're recorded covenants. They're covenants that go with that property. Say that the housing must be site-built. It must be single-family, owner-occupied, and that's the way it must be. Now, the city decided to ignore that, and I tell you why. They decided because Clayton Homes said, the property owner came to the city and said, I can sell this to Clayton Homes. And the city said, cool, we're going to put manufactured homes in there. Now, you didn't have a very good planning department at that time. They would do what they wanted. And when we objected, they said, oh, well, we don't do that anymore. That's the state.
Well, I guess I'm still a little perplexed here. You said that there is not a housing or a subdivision committee, but yet
Nope.
there are covenants
Yeah.
that are, so have you as a group, has anyone challenged, I mean, who would you challenge? And who's going to supervise that?
First of all, tonight's the first night I heard there's a committee of some, there's no committee. I've lived there. I was the first resident there. There's no one else there. I was the first resident in those lower 6 houses.
So who administered the covenants then?
They're deeds. You do. You have to uphold the covenants of property. That's what planning does.
I have to correct you there. Covenants are contract between a buyer and seller, and the government cannot enforce the covenant. That's a civil matter.
They're recorded with the plat.
Correct.
They're recorded with the plat, and you're obligated too, as a planning commission, to honor those covenants.
I beg to differ with you, sir. Covenants are a private contract between buyer and seller.
Well,
The city would have had to approve them in the subdivision. They would
did.
probably approve the covenants,
yes.
but they have no ability to enforce them.
Well, I'm not going to argue. I didn't come here to argue planning and zoning. I have a few years involved in it, so I didn't come here to do that. I came here to object a change to the PUD that allows a mobile home to come in there. And I know he has at least 6 or 7 emails from neighbors who said they don't want it. He says 2 now, okay. I sent you 2, so you saying I'm the only 2 I sent? Okay. The problem is you're devaluating our property. That's what you're doing. If you allow a home to come in there that decreases in value annually, you decrease all the properties in that subdivision. 1 road in, 1 road out. It's walled in. So everybody there is going to suffer the consequences. And you can't say, well, those are manufactured homes. Like I said, I was shocked at the price people paid for them. Not certain that I would, but that was a lot of money they paid. So a lot of us said, okay, that's fine. People need a place to live. But you can't just arbitrarily, because somebody has a smaller lot, they bought it knowing it was not big enough, say, okay, let's just give them a variance. Now we'll put a trailer there. Look around the city. That's what's happened. You don't see that much beyond Missouri. And I can attest to that. I've been city manager from down south all the way up to the Four Corners. And I can tell you that it's you who have to control that. You allow it to happen, it just happens. Next person comes in, well, my lot's a little smaller, and I got a little smaller trailer. Now what are you going to say? You've already granted 1. So it's up to you to control our subdivision and what happens to it. Because, you know, 1, I don't believe you allow rental homes in subdivisions. Or someone builds a home to rent it, but you're doing it there. They're not owner occupied, many of them. And we're not a trailer park. And I ask you, on behalf of maintaining property values in one place in Española. That's a great neighborhood. And to keep it that way, that's all.
Thank you, Mr. Miller.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Sure. Okay, so we need to identify the applicant and have her come and, oh, did we already have? Okay, I was all, did I skip you? Oh, did we need to finish something with you? Okay. We okay, Mr. Miller?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay. So the applicant, can you please come up, state your name, and tell us about your case? Thank you.
Yes, I'm Ariana Herrera, and I am applying for a variance on a lot. The variance is it's supposed to be 10 feet, and the way we're measuring, it came out to 8. So that's the only reason why I thought I was here. I had no idea about the whole thing going on about no manufactured homes, because when we signed our contract to purchase the lot, they said that they did allow manufactured homes on a permanent foundation, is what we're in contract for.
Very good. Okay. Do any of the commissioners have questions of the applicant?
I got a super long list, Madam Chair.
Hey, it's getting late.
She's gonna cut me off.
Commissioner Wright.
At this
So-
point, I think I'm invested.
To be clear, it is a manufactured home on a permanent foundation.
Going to be, yes.
It's not a mobile home.
No, it's not a mobile home.
Is it in two halves? Or do you know?
Is it in two? Yes.
Okay. And then, did you understand what I was asking Mr. Hussein about, Planner Hussein, about shifting it a little bit?
Yeah, I did understand that, and I'm not too sure if you're looking at the right property. There is a slight slope. Maybe you're talking about the one next to me, because there is a huge slope. I'm not too sure if you were looking at the right one when you went out.
Well, I can see it on the contours,
Yeah.
on the map that we had there. And again, rather splitting the difference, you would only need setbacks on one side, but I'm not sure you're amenable to that.
Okay. I'm not too sure how the committee that the subdivision has would, approve or deny that if I have to go through them, which I did have to go through them to give them the drawing and stuff like that. So there is a committee there.
So is that El Llano Land Company?
what?
Is that El Llano Land Company?
Yes.
Because there was a letter submitted. Trying to find it, sorry. So from the representative for La Vista del Rio Phase 2 Planning Committee.
Yes.
And yeah, they state it will be placed on a permanent foundation. It looks acceptable and meets the standards as outlined in the restrictive covenants for the subdivision.
Yes, correct.
And yeah, they want you to landscape within 12 months. I'm sure you, yeah. The letter was addressed to you, so.
Yes, correct.
Okay, that's all I had, Madam Chair. My list is over.
Thank you, Commissioner Wright. Commissioner Quintana, any questions of the applicant?
Ms. Herrera, I have a few questions, and one answer will probably answer other questions.
Okay.
You have provided in your packet a purchase agreement for the land only. And I'm going to presume that you purchased your manufactured home from a dealer or something like that, and that's a whole separate contract.
Okay, yes.
Okay, so who disclosed to you that manufactured houses were allowed in this subdivision?
So I'm not too sure if that's what you call him, a broker of the
Of the vacant land?
vacant land.
Okay.
He had a sign up. I contacted him because I did see other homes on permanent foundations that were mobile homes. And he said, yes, they are allowing it. He knew what we were going to place before we even signed the contract. So it wasn't, any surprise about it being a mobile home. on a
During your
permanent foundation.
purchase of the vacant land, were you provided bylaws or restrictive covenants to review?
Yes, that's when we noticed it didn't meet the 10 feet on each side.
Do you recall any language within those documents that were specifically only for site-built homes?
No, it did include manufactured homes on permanent foundations. It did include that.
Okay, so when you purchased, you were of the belief that you could do this?
Yes, if not, I wouldn't have gone through with the.
Okay. Did your restrictive covenants indicate to you that they were a revision of an original draft or amended?
I don't understand the question. Could you
Okay, so when
elaborate?
you received the copy of the restrictive covenants and the bylaws, did you see anything that may have indicated that something within those bylaws had changed over the time in which the subdivision was first created?
No, I did not notice those.
Okay. All right. You have already purchased the home.
No, so we're in the closing process. So I'm buying the home from Zia Factory Outlet. I'm not too sure if you guys are familiar with that. And they don't want to close until we get an approval from here because why buy buy land home if I'm not going to be allowed to place a house there. So that's what the process we're in right now is closing of the loan.
Okay, and there is a committee that one can refer to for questions or complaints or anything like that?
Yes, there is.
Okay. Well, and just a personal comment, I find it somewhat distressing whenever we have a conflict of understanding, such as your neighbor, Mr. Miller. He indicated that he purchased on I'll even call it a promise of the type of neighborhood or type of development that was going to be. And I think he has a valid point in terms of the overall effect of property values. We've discussed that at this commission numerous times, more so, or shall I say, I've been quite vocal about it. But those are the only questions. I just wanted your clear understanding of what you knew you were buying and who directed you to any of this type of information.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Quintana.
I would just like to make a comment on that. Española is, based on a variety of people. So why should one community just, say, oh, we don't want these kind of people here when, my house, my loan is going to be over $200,000. And for him to say that I'm not worth living there is just upsetting.
I understand what you're saying, and I don't want you to feel upset about that. The point of my discussion, I speak for myself, is when we're looking as commissioners for the comprehensive plan and we're looking at uniformity in neighborhoods and trying to follow the comprehensive plan, we're trying to do that for the benefit of all citizens. And even though manufactured housing, like everything else, has gotten very expensive, if there are people that are purchasing properties with the understanding that there is going to be site-built homes, then they too are investing an awful lot of money, even if it's equivalent to what you're spending.
Yes, correct.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions of the applicant by any of the commission?
Madam Chairman, I just have one, probably, you stated you haven't bought the home yet.
Yes, correct. I have not purchased it yet.
And if you would just consider buying, probably a 28 by 50 or 28 by 52, if they have them, that would get you in range of the setbacks.
Yes, sir. There is not any available homes. From what I've seen, it's a year plus for any new mobile homes, being with all the shortages of building materials.
I understand that. That's all I got, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Casados. Okay, if there are no further questions of the applicant from the commission, thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Herrera. Okay. Okay, you can go ahead and have a seat unless we need to ask you further questions. Thank you. Okay, any neighboring property owners who received notice that would wish to present? Okay. Once again, state your name for the record. Okay, go ahead.
Madam Chair, I cannot hear him.
Can you get a little closer?
There you go. Can you hear me now?
Thank you.
Yes,
I apologize. I think the planning department's got a problem on how they're writing things up. That notice said a trailer. It said a mobile home. That is not a manufactured home. There's a difference. And I think by doing that, they've just confused everybody. And I have no idea who this Iliano property is. Maybe it's something the Cook family cooked up after they sold off all that land. We certainly weren't involved in it at all. Those of us who have built our homes there weren't involved in anything called the Iliano Land Company. I bought mine through a broker. I'll be honest with you. I apologize if you think that I'm opposed to who you are. I'm not. I'm opposed to protecting my property values. And the issue is, yes, we have manufactured homes, and I said earlier, when we found out what they cost and how they were kept up, most of us who live down on the bottom said, yeah, that's okay. But planning and zoning posted a notice that they needed a variance to place a trailer. That's what's on your list. That's not correct. Now, I don't know how you can deal with that, because they're asking for a variance to place a trailer when in fact they're putting in a manufactured home that you all said is permitted. So what's the variance for?
Setbacks.
Well, that's not what, see, that's not what it said on the notice. And I don't know that, if I were you, I don't know if I'd act. I mean,
You're actually correct, Mr. Miller.
you posted it to be a mobile home. And that's why I'm here. I wouldn't have complained about setbacks, other than hopefully the neighbors can look out and still see down the street. But it was posted, because I wouldn't even come on a setback. It's not a mobile home. There's a difference, and y'all need to look up the definition. That's what a mobile home is. Y'all posted as mobile home, am I not right?
You are absolutely correct, Mr.
Okay.
Miller. I just checked the advertisement, Rio Grande Sun,
It's the only reason I'm here. So now,
and it
now you
specifically
have a dilemma.
says variance approval to place a mobile home at 1848 Calle del Rancho. That's this case, right?
Not
Both the
setbacks.
online agenda and the hard copy agenda have the same. I understand that, but you have a very good point. This was improperly noticed. We cannot act on this case tonight.
And I don't do that out of, it's just that they have a legal obligation to say the correct thing. I really don't believe the only thing you needed a variance was on the setbacks, not on a mobile home. So I believe you can't really act on it out of legality. And I apologize for messing up your whole meeting. Thank you.
You didn't mess up the meeting. Thank you for your knowledge and sharing your information with us, Mr. Miller. Thank you.
You got us batting 1,000. We tabled everything.
Okay, so we really can't act on this. We can't approve or deny, so we're gonna have to table it. Sure.
So you're calling for a motion, Ms. Chair?
Hold on, Commissioner Casados, we have a question or some information from Planner Hussein.
So one thing that I mentioned to Commissioner Wright yesterday, City of Espanola do not differentiate between manufactured house or a mobile home. If we see the permit, and I can pull up the permit right here now, it says the mobile home / manufactured house permit.
I understand that. That's a permit. That's not the city code. And unfortunately, what has happened is this was improperly noticed. It wasn't advertised as a variance for setbacks. Unfortunately, it was improperly noticed and we can't legally act on it. And that's unfortunate. Even if we did, I mean, if we were to approve it tonight, which I was amenable to personally, I don't know about the rest of the commission, but yeah, and the one thing we had is it's a difference, and they are taxed differently. That's critical to understand.
And there is a legal definition between the two that they need to understand too before they write out notices, whether the city recognizes that definition. They must have a definition that says that a manufactured home and a mobile home are the same thing. If they don't, then they must have adopt a legal definition of what a manufactured home is. One that's manufactured in a factory, brought to a site, complete, put together. A mobile home is manufactured and has a trailer hitch, and you can haul it off whenever you want to. They don't take it off the wheels. You can put it on a permanent foundation, but the wheels are still there.
Right, and again, this is a point I made earlier, as far as the county assessors are concerned, they are assessed completely differently. Mobile homes are personal property and get depreciated down to nothing eventually. A manufactured house on a permanent foundation is actually assessed as real fee simple property. It's a fundamental difference between the two of them from actually the New Mexico state law for taxation. The assessors don't make this up. They're obligated to do this, statutorily obligated to assess them differently this way because they are different animals.
I believe if you look in the New Mexico law, they'll find the definition of a manufactured home and a definition of a mobile home. And you can't make, you can make it more difficult than the state, or you can't make it less.
Right.
Excuse me, I'm going to go back to my original dissertation on the difference between manufactured housing and mobile homes. And this is where Mr. Miller and I, it's just a very thin gray line. But I've gone ahead and I've looked this up, and really we're talking about transportation. Now, any one of us have seen the transportation of a manufactured home going down the road. Is that correct? Have they or have they not been on their own wheels and axles moving down the road? They have not been on flatbeds, is that correct? Would you agree? Okay. So, by this definition here, manufactured homes are completely constructed in a factory and then transported to the home site. Once they arrive at their destinations, they are indistinguishable from site-built homes. They are not usually moved again. This allows the entire process, start to finish, to be overseen with consistency and accuracy, which cuts down on many of the delays and disruptions in traditionally built homes. They are built according to federal construction codes from Housing and Urban Development. Moving forward to the old-fashioned phrase of mobile homes are manufactured home-built prior to June 15, 1976. They are now obsolete due to HUD policy changes in '76. They have since been replaced by modern manufactured homes. I again sit on my definition that we are talking about the area of transportation. To expand on your taxation, okay, the taxation, in my opinion, has to do if it is then created as real property, which means it is tied to the land. Okay? So, with that said, regardless of the notice saying mobile home or manufactured home, we again are talking about the cat with the same stripes.
Understood, but it was not advertised as variance for setbacks.
Okay.
That's our conundrum.
So,
I was hearing a lot of language about the debate of mobile versus manufactured.
Okay, thank you, commissioners. Okay, so we heard from the neighboring property owners. I can ask if the applicant has any final comments, or does this case just get tabled, or what goes on?
I think it's very clear in 3 different documents that I have, including the posting in the Rio Grande Sun from September 30th, as a public notice. The variance was to place a mobile home. And it was not a variance unlike the one for Mr. Rez that was a variance for setbacks. It wasn't advertised as variance for setbacks. It puts us in a rock and a hard place. I mean, we could act on it, but technically it's an improper action because it wasn't the item that was advertised, and we'd be in violation of the Open Meetings Act. Well, the letter that you have from the committee was clear that the city of Española has to grant you the variance, because that's what it is. It's a variance on the standard setback requirements But I'm also curious about that. I read the R6 language, and the whole purpose of R6 PUDs was to reduce setbacks. And it just gives examples of what's allowed. It doesn't exclude anything. But I don't want to bother reading you the text. But the purpose of a PUD was a walled community, which the language in the code is to actually allow reduced setbacks. Crazy.
Well,
Yeah, it actually it says it provides for the elimination of setbacks. Yeah.
May I ask?
sure, Commissioner Quintana?
Ms. Herrera, you were saying just a moment ago, if I caught it correctly, and forgive me if I didn't, because it is getting late, that you will lose the option to purchase the property if it's not approved today? Okay. Okay, so when you went under contract with this property on March 4th, you were looking at closing by 5/31, so you got an extension from 5/31, or is this multiple extensions? Okay. And there is absolutely no consideration from the seller to go further, given the light of what's taken place here? And since we only received 2 pages of your purchase agreement, obviously, we don't have all of the particulars in there, nor do we have any addendums. In your original purchase agreement, was there any language regarding the approval by the Planning and Zoning Department? Okay. Okay. All right. Well, I was hoping there was another opportunity for you to extend it again, given that this was out of your control.
Thank you, Commissioner Quintana. I do actually want to ask staff a question. Planner Hussein, I have a question. So just looking at the summary of what this whole case is, the last sentence says, the property is zoned urban residential planned unit development R6-PUD. And as Mr. Miller and Commissioner Wright stated, the purpose of the PUD is to reduce and/or eliminate setbacks. So would it be out of line or illegal in any way to ask the applicant if she wishes to withdraw her request for a variance? And it doesn't even need a variance at all.
So that we have to look first, what has the precedent set by the subdivision in their documents first.
Okay.
Because the current development that it has. It possibly can, but the current development that it has now at this moment, every development receive the permit, or we can treat them as just a regular manufactured house slash mobile home permit that we have to consider. And this permit is not made by me. This permit is with, I don't even know for how long they've been treating it for like this. And the reason it was mentioned as a mobile home permit, because initially,
I just showed her the permit.
yes. Initially, it was assumed that this house is not allowed in the plan use development because, as the language in code says, we have to treat it accordingly unless they have been following some different rules, which are not primary criteria to look at before any development happens in any community. So possibly they can get away with it in terms of that, but that's something, or there is another thing that they would be in non-compliance, that's it. And then come back and take the permit.
Thank you, Planner Hussein. Okay, so what options do we have?
Mr. Miller, I missed what you just said. I have to look for C because the city streets are very interesting. Some streets are owned by cities, some by the state, some by. There have been covenant, and that's how the subdivision had been approved. I wish I was the part of the team at the time when it was approved. I think it's probably early 2000s. So we do have anything that develops that comes under the city, it should be approved by the city. And that's how Eliana Company issued the permit, and they mentioned that for the setbacks, you have to go to the city. But at this point, I believe if they just want to place. So that's the reason, the purpose behind that language was that this mobile home or the manufactured house is not allowed in this R6 PUD, as per our code says. But if they are following hidden secondary things, I have no idea. They have just very different standards. Yes. Because that was a precedent set by prior people. We have to follow. So law doesn't allow the code that's just declared as a PUD 6. That's it. So to my understanding, when the subdivision surveys and subdivision structure was, and subdivision lots were submitted, they set the different standards. And because of that different standards, let me first, if I can complete that. City declared it as a PUD 6 because to some extent it falls under the precedent of PUD R6 PUD. That's why it has been declared. But again, I have to look back and see what actually happened at that time and how this was framed. I can, I can definitely, yeah, I can definitely contact our attorney tomorrow. And we're not saying that we're not in charge. We're saying that they considered it differently than it has been planned. We're not saying that we're not in charge. City of Española is in charge of that subdivision, period. But the standards are different how the code says than it was approved. That was quite interesting. And that's why I mentioned to Commissioner Wright that B2, as code says, doesn't allow restaurants. Not half, most of the restaurants are in B2. I agree. And I believe at this point, if we I agree. That's actually the precedent.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Sure. Okay. Thank you. Okay, so we need to take action on this case. What needs to be done? So restate that for me. But we can't approve this case now because it's not advertised correctly. Mr. Parliamentarian.
I've made my statement. It was,
Table, withdraw, what options?
I don't think you can take any action on it.
So we just
It wasn't properly noticed.
ignore it? Just end the meeting and leave it in limbo?
It has to be, the case has to be heard and properly noticed. So yeah, it's on our agenda, but we can't act on it. We can't make a motion to approve setback variances because we didn't advertise that as the action. So I guess it's, yeah, I mean, I could make a motion to table pending proper advertisement or administrative resolution of this matter. Didn't I say administrative resolution? Change it to administrative resolve the matter.
So you're making the motion then?
That was a motion.
Very good. We have a motion from Commissioner Wright to table.
To table for proper notification for further action by the Planning Commission or I mean, I don't want to tell you to resolve an administrative resolution by administrative action. Does that work? Does it work? I don't think it's under the authority of the commission to tell you to resolve it administratively. So I prefer a statement that says, or resolution by administrative action. I don't think it's the role of the commission to tell you to go do something. That either we table it until it's properly noticed and we can actually act on it, or it gets resolved through some sort of administrative action.
Okay. We have a motion by Commissioner Wright. Do we have a second?
Do we even have a quorum?
Commissioner Casados, are you there?
Yes,
Very good, thank you. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
We have a second by Commissioner Casados. Roll call vote. In favor?
In favor.
In favor?
Commissioner Casados?
In favor?
Thank you. Its motion was passed.
I will now close the public hearing. It is now 11:26 p.m. Any party wishing to appeal the decision made here tonight must submit a written notice to appeal to the planning director within 15 calendar days. Planning and land use staff can provide assistance with this. Thank you. Okay, moving on the agenda, we have item number 7, legislative matter.
Can we provide them any letter or something
Letter?
that'll be resolved?
That would have to come from staff.
I can barely hear you guys.
Okay, so staff will meet with the applicant tomorrow. Okay, so staff will meet with the applicant tomorrow to resolve any administrative items. Very good. Thank you, ladies, for your patience. Sorry to keep you here so late. Okay, so item number 7, we have legislative matter, the City of Española Cannabis Regulation Act. And I will let staff take it from here. Yes.
So they were combined and the agenda was updated.
Oh, okay.
Very good. So we struck public hearing number 6, 2021-19 variance request. It has been stricken from the agenda.
Depends on which agenda you're looking at. That's the problem.
Thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate your dedication and just we'll take a few minutes and discuss about this Cannabis Regulation Act that we actually discussed quite a few times. So this Cannabis Regulation Act, we had conversations and discussion with the council as well as with the Planning and Zoning Commission. We take in consideration different other cities, how they are doing, and recently with the Yariba County Cannabis Regulation Act, which is not actually approved yet, but it is a draft and it's possibly is gonna get approved. That I send it to the chair. So in this, we're gonna discuss the adult entertainment, which actually makes a possession of the cannabis illegal, so we're gonna repeal that. And the chapter 254 nuisance, which needs to be updated because of certain other reasons of smell and things. Chapter 350, planning, zoning, and development, that we have to add something in for the cannabis. That is manufacture of cannabis, production, sales and retail, and consumption. First, we're gonna discuss the production of the cannabis. Cannabis production actually is not only just a recreational use, it is an economic tool. Where individuals and corporations and organizations are in this business who run these businesses and taking a financial benefit out of that. To give competitive advantage, because bigger corporations have more competitive advantage than the smaller business owners, which are small business or regional individual from different smaller communities. To give that advantage to the smaller community and small businesses, we want so that up to 200 plants, we can administratively approve the process for the people who are going through. They don't have to go through the Planning and Zoning Commission, but they will have 3 things: the site plan, they have to have approved site plan, the license, and third is the security and fire department approval. But if they want to grow, if anyone wants to grow more than 200 plants, they have to go through the Planning and Zoning Commission and the similar requirements of the site plan, the fire department approval, and the security plan, as well as the license, and licenses by the state to operate this business. And the additional setbacks, actually, that's what actually I wanted to discuss with you all. At the last meeting that we discussed that there is the possibility of no sense and smell in the neighborhood because it would be too close to the community. But looking at other different communities, they are not setting that standards for any other community. Neither the city of Albuquerque did, nor Rio Arriba County did. Last time when we took it to the city council meeting, I introduced that we should have this district, we should have this much standard setbacks, but it made it too confusing that we're not developing anything, we're just growing a plant. And I know it is a smell, so that's why we are recommending to mitigate the smell and apply different methods so that it can mitigate the smell. So I would request if we can do away, at this moment we have proposed to follow the same setbacks as we follow for any other development. So just to remove the confusion of if this is B2, then we have to have 80 feet or 40 feet that we initially proposed. And if we can do, I would request that we can get away with this outdoor plantation setbacks. And the business, it is actually allowed in, I forgot to mention, it is allowed in, production is allowed in R1, R2, B2, L1, and H1 zone, depending on how much land they have. But so the state of New Mexico has an emergency update to the standard. So I can probably bring another document here. That will actually explain this. Class 1, Class 2, Class 3, and Class 4. What are actually these classes are. These are the classes which are recommended in certain zone districts. Class 1 is only that packages or repackages. Actually, you bring it a wholesale, you pack it in small packets or smaller containers. It's just packaging or labeling products. That kind of business can only run in R1, R2 because we don't want that smell to be more pertinent to the residents. R2, which is to conduct the activities of Class 1 plus. Manufacture edible products. That could be chewing gums. That could be candies. That could be anything that is edible. Or type of cannabis products other than the extracted concentration and not conduct extraction. Class 3 conducts Class 1, Class 2. This Class 3 and Class 4 is the difference of how you extract things. And the extraction could be using mechanical methods or non-violent method. Could be pressing or any other method, or extraction through solvent, which is super carbon dioxide to super critical carbon dioxide, or any other method. It could be any industry methods. Supercritical. Yes, that's what actually I'm trying to do, but this is not. That's too enlarged. There it is. Actually, mechanical or just pressing or any, I'm not a technical person in the cannabis, but mechanical mostly are pressing or any other grinding or anything that can extract, not that just more technology use. And that's the amendment in the original state. And one thing I also wanted to share here that we had discussion with the last meeting that they should have a water rights and the quantity of water they need. And actually, this has been made a part of the application to apply for. They have to have water standards, water. So before they even come to our city, and they have to have a license. And that license actually requires rights to use a quantity of water sufficient to meet the manufacturing facility needs remain in good standing. Do we need to keep it here or you want me to move forward?
Keep going, all right? Keep going.
Yeah, sorry. I just wanted to get those classes.
So these classes, which is just, I mean, the packages could be done in any zone district, and class 2 is allowed only because it's edible and all those things, just not the manufacturing process. It can be also done in R2, R1, B2, L, and H1. But when it comes to industrial standards, either mechanical or the volatile or supercritical standards, it should be done in either the business districts or in the light industrial or heavy industrial zones. And actually the volatile, which is critical and which needs more technical standards, they will only be allowed in L1 and H1, which are on the Fairview lane. Cannabis retail will be only allowed in the business district, historic district, tourism commercial districts, and B3 central business district. License is required to sell. Anyone can grow 6 plants individually and 12 plants per household, but they cannot sell. To sell anything, they have to have a license from the state of New Mexico. And we are proposing 300 feet of distance from any retail store to the school or church or any institution of this kind. Any retail location should have 200 feet of distance from each other. And I know we had discussion with it last meeting as well. But this actually is to give some competitive advantage, and there is to discourage density where the bigger corporations can just hold one area and this is just a cannabis street. It will allow small businesses to have more competitive advantage as well. Consumption is area would be allowed in only area permitted as a part of the approved retail location described in this chapter, which could be as a part of any retail store or any drugstore, like we treat as alcohol, where we have certain areas where you can smoke. And then public spaces are not permitted use for cannabis consumption. Cannabis cannot be consumed in public spaces. And as we said, it would be unlawful for anyone to smoke and consume marijuana in the property occupied, controlled, or operated by the city. Excuse me, thank you. It shall be unlawful for an individual to smoke marijuana products in open spaces in city of the Española. And then I think we have the hours of operations. They are similar to what we have for the hours of operations are similar to what we have here for for the alcohol and liquor stores, which are 7 a.m. The licensed consumption area may be operated between the hours of 7 a.m. and 2 p.m. of the following day, and the licensed cannabis retail may operate between 7 a.m. to 12 a.m. of the following day. And that's conclude the cannabis presentation. But I would request if we can get away with the setback requirements for the open growth. Because that will actually remove, and that would actually, we will get away with a lot of confusion that people will have and come with certain things to just setbacks. We will encourage and look at the site plan, see if it's too close to the zones where there's more density of the residential. We can encourage them to change it a little bit so we can request them or recommend them to have certain, ways to mitigate the nuisance, but I don't think it would be recommended to have setbacks as we introduce setbacks for the development or the production of the cannabis. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Planner Hussein. Comment from Commissioner Wright?
We need a text amendment.
Text?
Where's the actual, is that what this is?
Yes. No, it is a part of your, it's just the one page. You have all the, it's part of your packet.
So what is the one page?
One page?
What is this?
This one page was an additional page that was not part of the document that has been given to you.
I have a question on probably consumption,
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Casados?
probably on number 4. The very last paragraph.
Yes, it shall be unlawful for any individual to smoke marijuana or consume marijuana products in any open space in the city of Española.
So if it's legal, you cannot smoke it in the city.
You cannot smoke in open space, like streets. You cannot come in a park and smoke. It should be either in private property or as a liquor store. Like a liquor store, you can only smoke it as at the cannabis retail or cannabis place where it is allowed to, for the adult individual to go and have and be under the.
Don't you think that would be kind of hard to enforce?
This has been, I agree with you, and this has actually been introduced by many cities.
I'm just a question.
So
If
we would not introduce this, we cannot ask anyone to smoke in front of school or in front of any other community center, because there's no provision which allows restrict people to go there in certain places to not smoke. So we can at least restrict people from smoking at those places which are highly vulnerable people.
also think that's problematic. Language
don't
is too
see-
broad. Any public place, any street. I get the government buildings. And that's the thing, it should be, I mean, if you look at Santa Fe County's ordinance, because they already had the D. Johnson Indoor Clean Air Act, that's what eliminated cigarette smoking indoors. I think that's way too broad
City of,
and essentially going to be unenforceable.
City of Albuquerque has the similar provisions. City of Alamogordo has the same provision.
City of what?
Alamogordo.
Alamogordo. So neither one have actually tested this regulation. I
They
love that they have
approved-
it.
they
It's
have
unenforceable.
They have approved it. And
That's fine. My comment is it's unenforceable. That's, I don't want to argue about it. I'm just saying it's unenforceable.
if we don't include this, if somebody is smoking in the school or in front of school, how do you want to enforce it?
Well, you're covering the school.
You've already got the prohibition
Yeah.
of 300 feet from any school. That's already there.
That is for retail, not for consumption.
Well,
Then make
maybe
it for consumption. What I'm saying is it's too broad.
I agree. That's why we don't want, in the last meeting that we had, that they said this is something we don't want to have people smoking or, if we allow smoking, why don't we allow production? Then
We'll get to that. Because again, my amendments, especially to this, I want to make an amendment that outdoor commercial cannabis production is not allowed in any zoning district within the city of Española without exception, variance, or special use. Period. It is not commercially viable to do outdoor grows, and to do them within the city limits, especially in a residential district, is ludicrous, in my opinion. There's gonna be personal grows anyway, but outdoor commercial production is simply, you're gonna set up people for failure.
Yes.
It's not, the only way you're gonna make commercially viable marijuana production is if you are indoors in a controlled climate and producing product on a 2 to 3 week cycle. Outdoor grows are not gonna work, so that's an amendment that I would like to make right here.
That's something for the producers, how they want to produce. If that's not profitable for them, this is their issue. They have to.
Right, but why would the city of Española set up people for failure?
We
don't do that.
This is something we cannot control. We cannot.
Yes, we can control this. We're not limiting production. We're just saying it has to be indoors within city limits. If you want to do outdoor grows, there's plenty of places up the valley in unincorporated areas of both Rio Arriba and Santa Fe counties with water. Go ahead and throw the dice and pretend you're going to get a profitable crop with a 4-month grow cycle for one crop. It is not economically viable. And to allow it is to open the door and raise expectations, which are unacceptable. So again,
if this
is an amendment I have, I will move this amendment to the text, but that's why I want to see the actual text in a legislative format that this body can act on.
So can you please check it online, the version what has been posted for the agenda for the people on our City of Española? There is a packet for that.
It took the online packet and a hand-delivered packet to actually make a complete packet here.
Yes.
And again, I can check it online. This section is not online.
Can you please double check, please? I may be wrong, but if you can.
I can, but I've already downloaded it.
Yes, please.
This will be my 3rd download. but I will.
If the people,
again.
my question would be, people, this is not favorable. Why would people grow? Let people take a chance. If it is visible,
Why would you set up people for failure? Why would
Well-
you set them up for failure?
we shouldn't allow
Raise
people to
their
grow even.
expectations.
There are a lot of states that don't allow even in cannabis production even in their state.
That's not this state. We're allowed to do it. I can grow more weed myself that I could smoke in a year by myself.
That is true.
And that I could make edibles or rub all
Be-
over my face or
Yes,
do whatever
because
I wanted.
financial visibility doesn't make any difference, because that's the thing that the producer has to look for it before they start producing.
I'm adamant in this, and I have been from the day we started talking this before you even moved to this city as a planner, and I appreciate you did it. But commercial outdoor grows should not be allowed within the city limits, and I'm adamant about that.
Last time we
Adamant.
had a conversation that we shouldn't allow the personal use either, and we don't have any control on that.
No, I've never said that. I've never said that. The law is pretty clear. The personal use is there and personal growth is there. I'm talking about commercial production of marijuana
Yes.
within the
and-
city limits of Española should not be allowed without variance, without exception, or without a special use permit. No exceptions, no way, no how.
Because 200 plants, we want to consider for people, for smaller businesses, they can get administratively approved through the planning department.
Not for an outdoor grow.
And outdoor, they can have a greenhouse. Would it be considered outdoor?
No, that would be indoor. But it shouldn't be allowed in an R2 and R1 districts. It shouldn't be. Nor should any of these class 1, class 2 production. We don't allow commercial uses and production uses in residential areas. I have a set of amendments if we want to go through these. But we need the text to do it. And in the meantime, I need to try and pull down yet another version of the agenda. Really?
And just, this is a discussion item, not the action item.
It is an action item. It's not a public hearing, it's an action item. It's listed as items for consideration. Is it not, Madam Chair?
Yes. Commissioner Wright.
And really and truly, this should be done in a special session where we actually have time to do this,
I agree.
and not at midnight. Agendas and minutes. Packet. I have the written text. No, this is still 103 pages, so it's not complete. This document is in there, the one that was handed out on paper today.
This is in there, if you see
Page 6 in the packet.
I'm not saying in the packet, I'm saying in the online.
I
version.
don't have that attachment.
Page 6 is,
That's why I handed over everyone an additional page. That page 6 is different.
I'm seeing page 6. Are you talking? I downloaded the packet from the city's website. Oh, there it is. That's actually page 78 of 103. If you're trying to get the commission to find it.
I was just recommending to download just cannabis packet, not the whole package. That's what I'm saying.
How can you do that?
You can go.
I don't have that option in my browser. So download the agenda.
No download agenda. Just keep going. At the end, you will see the cannabis, where it actually is the part of the agenda.
Oh, I've got you, the hyperlinks. So, Madam Chair, I don't know if we want to go through amendments. I mean, I'm ready to present amendments, but I don't want to sit here and debate them for 2 hours.
Okay, so what action are we scheduled to do tonight on this CRA?
Madam, this is, I think, third time it has came to Planning and Zoning Commission. And we have received several requests that what our code of the Cannabis Regulation Act says, for which property we should have which laws. And if we don't consider this meeting, it will be approved in December. It should have been approved in September. Because August meeting was canceled, we tabled it in September. And in September, we had additional recommendation. It's brought in October meeting. And if it's not, we don't have any, I'm not saying that we're welcome to, if you have any recommendation, make the recommendation and we will take it to the council.
I have amendments.
I'm saying that's what I'm saying. The amendments that you're saying, these are amendments because governing body is the final say.
Absolutely, and they kicked it back to this body to make a final draft. I attended that meeting.
I know you attended that meeting.
And it's, personally,
This is a courtesy proposal for the Planning Zoning Commission meeting. They didn't say that we have to take it back. This is our planning department that we are taking proposal from the Planning Zoning Commission.
I understand, but staff is the one that canceled the August meeting because there were no cases.
I don't know.
Instead of providing something for us to act on, it wasn't given to us.
I can't say anything.
And I realize that was before your time, but that's the thing. If you want our input, please take it seriously and schedule this at a time when when we haven't been sitting here for 6 hours. I'm willing to do a special meeting next week to get this done. I don't know about my fellow commissioners. We don't have to wait a month.
To go to this.
We need 72 hours to do a notice.
I agree with you. The thing is, to take it to the planning and zoning, to the city council meeting, it has to be every single word, to take it as a public hearing to the city council meeting, every single word of this draft should be posted in the Rio Grande Sun. It takes 20 days.
The full ordinance? No,
Yes.
you publish title and general
No.
summary.
No, the full ordinance, I have checked with the city clerk's office as well.
Okay, municipal rules may be different than counties, but
Yes.
the first thing is to publish title and general summary before you can even have a public hearing.
That is
And that's
true.
not, that is title and general summary. That is not full ordinance context.
That's why I checked the process with the city clerk's office, and they advised me that this is the actual process they will follow. That's why they needed to have this.
So they need 15 days notice.
Yes.
And that's what I'm saying. Give us the opportunity to look at this and provide the amendments, because quite frankly, I'm frustrated that comments that we've made from day one are still not in this draft.
I would,
Nowhere did this commission ever say, let's do outdoor grows everywhere in every zoning district. And there's also just bold typos in there. There is no such thing as L1 and H1 zoning in the city of Española.
there is no zoning?
No. It's called LI for light industrial and L and HI for heavy industrial.
Right.
And it's those kind of things those are just the cleanup stuff that needs to happen. And again, I think we're too fried to even have this conversation right now.
This is going to be the same case if we bring it back. Because if we cannot, I don't know if we can have a quorum for next meeting, the special meeting. And what if we don't have the quorum? What would be where would we at? We're just
That's a great devil's advocate question, but if we don't have a quorum, there's no action. But we have the opportunity, you have you have 3 commissioners, and I think 4. I don't know if Commissioner Casados is willing to do a special meeting next week. But let's do this properly. We had a packed agenda with.
I would like to see what your edits are.
I would like to get a complete copy in a legislative format that we can actually do that to. Which again was a request for staff about 3 months ago. And again, that's not on you. I'm not picking on you, Mohammed. I appreciate you being here. I really do. And I appreciate you trying to get this thing running again and to get planning and zoning running again in the city. But we have to be realistic. We cannot sit here and do this. And quite frankly, I don't think this is ready for approval for the city council.
When it comes,
I think, personally, I think they want other advice and they respect the advice of this commission and are asking us to take a serious, hard look at it before they do. That's what I believe. I could be totally wrong.
that's why I want, because I was not a part of that meeting, first meeting, and you may have made some edit. And next time I may bring it the same. That's why I want to hear the edits, what edits you want to propose, so that I don't bring the same document again.
I've told you the most important
Okay.
one here today.
Okay,
And I have that language, and I said it verbatim.
Okay.
I can continue that if you want to, but I think we're diminishing returns here. It's 12:15.
If you can summarize in 5 minutes, if we can if you allow us.
Well, I told you, outdoor cannabis, commercial cannabis production is not allowed in any zoning district within the city of Española without exception, variance, or special use. For this item one, cannabis production is allowed. I think it needs to be a discussion. I would move striking R1 and R2. I think B2 is questionable. LI and HI is where it should be allowed. Indoor grows only. So essentially, for the micro business, also strike R1, R2.
We have just a few acres.
You wanted me to cover this.
Yes.
Any outdoor greenhouse or other agricultural structure or ancillary structure used in the production of cannabis shall maintain setback of the city of Española, site development standards without exception, variance, or special use. Additional requirements, cannabis users shall, not should, shall submit proof of water rights and/or documentation from a water provider that the applicant has the right to use the water from the provider in the amounts required for proposed cannabis production. I have other amendments that I've offered, but that's basically in this. Retail business establishment, absolutely B3 Central Business District should be struck. B3 only exists up here in a tiny little area, and we have plenty of other places to sell cannabis. B3 should be eliminated.
Can I ask a question why B3 should be eliminated?
You really want a weed shop next to a birthing center? Or to the Los Cumbres Health Center?
Got it.
B3 only exists in a tiny little area over here. B2 and B1 is all over the city. There's plenty of room, and we have too much of it. Why do you want to put a bunch of potheads next to the birthing center? That makes no sense to me.
That makes sense to me.
Commissioner Wright, would you be amenable to emailing your verbiage?
Yeah, I'll go through it. If I can get an electronic version that's complete, I'll be more than happy to do it, and I'll even throw it in a legislative format.
Woo-hoo.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
I'd like to expand on the water use. A lot of push on the whole cannabis thing is the economic opportunity that municipalities have because of taxation. If the city has the capability to provide the water, I don't think that cannabis should be tapped into the acequias at all. I think they should be tapped into the city water and pay for it.
So one of the things that I recommend to one of the people who asked me the question, I said, if you want a cheaper version of water, just take a treated water from our city. That is not potable, but it's clean enough for the agricultural crop production. We can use our land. If we use only LI or HI, we will be losers. Because LI and HI are only just a few acres on Fairview Lane. That's it. We will be losers if we only allow in LI and HI, the production. We would not have, because
I've been to a commercial grow house that's probably about the size of this side of this building. They produce crop every 2 weeks, and they make money hand over fist.
they can do it 2 days.
To think that outdoor grows are going to be even economically feasible, much less profitable, That's a pipe dream. Excuse the dream.
If we go to
Sorry,
Colorado,
I interrupt you.
if we go to Colorado, you see open growth. I don't know how they're making it feasible to grow that.
Within a municipality?
Yes, that's correct.
I've seen open grows in Colorado in the San Luis Valley, but I've never seen an open grow in a municipality anywhere I've ever been.
Sir, I went there a week, 2 weeks ago. I go there regularly to play cricket on the weekends in Denver. And I was quite shocked to see the cannabis growth. Oh, I think it was Littleton where I saw that. I mean, I have to look if it's actually, because it's just on the side of the road. I was like but it's, again, that's a different state.
Do you know if that's year-round?
Say again?
Do you know if that is year-round?
That I was just observer. I saw that. I don't know if I don't think it's year round, because with the cold, it killed the plants, and it's called like freezing. I'm not sure what actually terms it's called for the plant. So I don't think so. It will be year round.
I think that's part of Commissioner Wright's point. The other thing that I have harped on is if a private property owner can grow up to 12 plants, again, I think there's still a dignified way to respect the property rights of the neighbors by, again, enforcing indoor growing. They could have their little pots inside their house with their 12 plants, because frankly, today, even before it became legal, I had no knowledge or control if my neighbor was getting high inside his house. And so I'm still in favor of that.
Yeah, but to my understanding, restricting the production to only LI and HI would put us into position where we will lose a lot of production. Because the phone calls that I've mostly received are actually from B business districts, because some of the vacant lots and some of the vacant buildings, people buy it or rent them for the cannabis production. And we have a lot of them. That's correct.
And as I said, I'm willing to consider B2, but the residential zones, absolutely not. And outdoor grows, absolutely not.
Residential districts, I think in that case, I think if you can send us, I will send the copy. If you can please send us what your proposals are, and we will consider it and bring it.
I'm expecting it to be an action item for this commission. And it's up to the commission to pass an ordinance to the governing body. Take a look at staff's draft, but if you're going to bring it through this commission wants to act on it.
Act for
the benefit of the city of Española.
All right, thank you, sir. I think we'll probably need a motion to table the decisions for the next meeting that we have pending, and this as well.
Very good. I will entertain a motion. Are we?
That's what I would recommend, is that we actually have, and that's the thing, it can be done via Zoom meeting. We don't have to be here. We can actually do it at convenience. It's not going to be a public hearing because we need 15 days for that. City council, and that's going to be one of my recommendations, is that city council absolutely hold a public hearing on this, and they're gonna have to because it's an ordinance amendment. You're gonna be required to hold a public hearing if they, if it's an ordinance, correct?
That's correct.
I mean, it's unfortunate that this planning commission didn't get it. This commission did support unanimously notifying the acequias and the irrigation districts that this was happening. And unfortunately, that was in transition, but again, they need to have a voice in that. And I think personally, the city of Española needs to be 100% transparent about what they're doing with this ordinance and to hold it in a public hearing. The meeting can be published, it just won't take any, people can sit in and listen to the discussion. But in order to do a special meeting next week, we don't have the 15 days necessary to notice a public hearing, but we only need 72 hours to actually be able to act on it, to publish, to do a special meeting and have it. And I don't think it has to be published in the Rio Grande Sun if it's just put up on the city's website, and posted on the boards and Center Market, and wherever else you do it.
I don't think so. There is wording that clearly says that, but I have to double check with the city clerk's office.
Well, if that's the case, then it's gotta be, it won't be early next week.
There's special meetings, there's our regular scheduled meetings, are there emergency meetings?
That's correct.
So what's the criteria for an emergency meeting?
I think it's a special meeting and the regular meeting, but I'm not sure if there is an emergency meeting.
Okay.
As far as the open,
Meetings Act.
the Open Meetings Act, it's 72 hours notice. Even if it's an emergency, you can't escape that.
You can't what?
You can't escape the 72-hour notice,
That's true.
even if it's an emergency. And again, I don't think it's required to be posted in a newspaper of local circulation.
That could be our city municipal statutes. That,
We're not a home rule city. State statute applies to Española. We're a statutory city, not a home rule.
Again, that I have to go with the city clerk's advice, see what actually they recommend.
Can you find out what options we have available to us and then give us some options and then we can schedule something?
Sure.
Very good. So is there any further action we need today?
Table this to a move because it was an action item. I move that we table the consideration of the City Española Cannabis Regulation Act to a date no later than November 11th, our next meeting, but pending on notice requirements from the city clerk that we have the meeting as soon as feasibly possible via Zoom.
We have a motion on the table. Is there a second?
Second.
Very good. We have a motion to table and a second. Roll call, please.
Give me 1 second, please. Commissioner Wright,
In favor?
Commissioner Quintana,
In favor?
Commissioner Casadas,
In favor?
Commissioner Martinez.
In favor.
I think that's 4. It's going to be 4-0. Motion passed.
Very good, motion passes. Looking at the agenda, old business,
We don't have a quorum for any of those items, Madam Chair.
so no quorum for old business. So that gets tabled to the next meeting?
I think, yes.
Or the special session. It's another thing we could be doing, these administrative things in a,
Say them all right. Sorry, I missed your comment.
We could be doing these administrative items in a special meeting as well. To get them out of the way, we just need a quorum to get them handled.
Yeah, that depends on the quorum, and I believe it should be strictly,
But also needs 72 hours notice.
yeah, 72 hours notice. That's correct.
Very good. Moving on to item number 9 got tabled. Number 10, matters from staff.
Madam Chair, just thank you so much for your time, and I apologize for keeping you all here this long, but we promise that for next meetings, we'll bring some sort of mechanism. I know these meetings are really long, and we're doing our best to, but the matters that we have recently resolved one of the homeless shelter places, and there were properties that the residents, they were very, very furious, and they were very concerned about the settlements. So that finally has been resolved with the city manager's efforts and then the code enforcement department. And we appreciate you all for your work, and we're moving forward to have a better planning and zoning departments performing and keeping the business going. And we'll hopefully bring something more effective and productive. I just wanted to thank you and thank everyone in City Clerk's Department who has been helping us to keep this business and planning department going. So thank you all, and just huge round of applause for the city clerks and everyone in the city office for their wonderful support for the planning department. Thank you.
So are we going to have a matters from the commission on the agenda for future meetings?
I don't believe so.
No? Okay. Because I think in the past, we've had a matters from the commission section.
We can introduce it. I mean,
It's on this agenda. It was online. Yeah, it's on the online agenda.
But it's not on the printed.
Yeah, but which one is which?
Okay, just a question. And last item on the agenda, item number 11, adjournment. Do I have a motion?
Motion to adjourn?
Very good, thank you,
Second.
Commissioner Casados, and seconded by Commissioner Wright. All those in favor, or roll call vote?
yeah, this Commissioner Wright,
In favor.
Commissioner Cantana,
In favor.
Commissioner Casadas,
In favor?
Commissioner Martinez.
In favor.
That motion was carried 4-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thanks for putting up with us. We're the ones that made the meeting go along. You're not bothering the clerk now, are you? Okay.
Recording